Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hello and welcome to the final stretch of the 2023 Tata Steel Wijk tournaments. Both the Masters and the Challengers look extremely promising with only 3 more days to cover. I'm still Peter Svidler. With me still is David Howell, and we are, after really, I very much enjoyed having a bit of a day off yesterday. What about you?
Yeah, likewise, Peter. I had a lot of sleep for once, and I'm back ready to power through with these long endgames. I must say I've been enjoying all the chess so far, despite the kind of the long stints in the commentary box. It's been fascinating every single moment, and I have a feeling this final weekend out there in Wijk is going to be more of the same.
And it should be, really. There was, like, we got no indication at any point that the players are about to let on and like to take their foot off the gas. And very, very interesting pairings at the top. It's not really that often that, you know, this far into the tournament you get around where the top 4 are all playing each other. And this is what we have today with the leader of the tournament, Najdorf Sicilian, playing black against Anish Giri, and Magnus on the white side against Wesley So. But the rest of the pairings, as we say every day, and we do mean it every day, are, you know, very, very exciting as well. There are no pairings here which aren't interesting on paper. Some of them do end up being Berlin, Rookie 1 Berlins, and some of those actually do get to be a bit brief because I think a few recent rounds did show some indication that the players are thinking about conservation of energy maybe slightly more than they were after 3 or 4 or 5 rounds. But we still get very much a full day's play every day with the challengers providing additional excitement. And in the challengers, the situation is just briefly before the round starts. In the challengers, Alexander Donchenko and Mustafa Yilmaz are tied on 7 out of 10, the same score that Abdusattorov has in the Masters. Sindarov is on 6.5, and there's a couple of people on 6. So, what attracts you the most about today?
I think, Peter, it's got to be those juicy pairings, those kind of, especially at the top of the tables, especially Anish. I'm just keen to see how much of a fight he can initiate early on against Abdusattorov. But also Magnus. I noticed you've had a haircut, Peter. I think Magnus has scored 3.5 out of 4 since he trimmed his hair a few days back. So, he's on a streak, and it'll be fascinating to see whether he can gain ground, catch up. Yeah,
he absolutely. And I've seen people praise it. I think Romain Edouard posted some messages on Twitter saying that he still feels that Magnus is one of a kind, because very few people, in particular in a field like this, losing 2 very disappointing games against Giri and Orebek, a lot of people would have gone into their shell a little bit and perhaps, would have tried sort of coasting to a degree. And again, not my year. I'll have more years of this, obviously. Magnus, after losing those 2, is, as you mentioned, just tearing it up. And the one draw he made with black against Jordan, he also tried really hard with black to win. So yeah, exciting to watch him play. When he gets into those kinds of moods, anything can happen. But for now, let's stick with Anish versus Abdusattorov, which is a QGA. Have we seen a there was this really mad QGA which Jordan ended up actually not losing to Parham, right?
Yeah,
even though he probably should have.
He really, really should have. That started with e4, e5, knight f3, bishop check, and knight c3, if I remember correctly.
And he went for b5, knight e5, castles. In some order. Knight e5, b5, I think, f3,
and castles,
and somewhere here, it really did seem that he probably misremembered something.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Abdusattorov won't play with fire in this game when he doesn't really need to as black. So he's probably got a more solid approach in mind. Anish, meanwhile, is considering whether to play e4, super ambitious, or maybe some of the more traditional lines with e3. But it is e4, e5 again, Peter. Could we see lightning strike twice?
Yeah, that would be very, very curious, because there's a number of positions here that could be quite wild. And there's also this line, but I get the feeling this line is being phased out because people like it no longer has the advantage of being entirely unexpected. This thing that people were doing a bit last year, where the starting position appears to be something like this, and they begin playing from here, which is already like absolutely random, and you have no idea what's going on and why are these people on these squares. There was a period where it genuinely felt like it was so fun to look at. I really think it was just because it was so fun to look at that a lot of top players were getting a lot of enjoyment out of playing this against absolute top level opposition. But yeah, it seems to have been, I guess, quietly put to rest.
Yeah, and as far as I know, those positions are still viable for black, but you have to know a lot. And unless your name is Dominguez or Aronian and you're rattling out 20 moves or 30 moves of theory, then yeah, I think you're right. It's unlikely we'll see that. And okay, we did see e5 and knight f3, bishop b4 check.
Yeah, this is still all perfectly fine. Knight c3 not the only move in this position. Bishop d2 is also perfectly playable. In fact, I think when I was growing up, and I did go through a very brief period in the late 90s of trying to incorporate QGA as a kind of a safety option for games where I didn't feel like letting people prepare against my Grunfeld. Bishop b4, bishop g2, I believe, was very much the main line, and there were endless games by Sergei Rublevsky, starting with like knight c6, castles, queen f6, or however it was going in those days.
And knight d2 is also a move, I guess. Knight bd2. So there's kind of three options. I'm not sure the state of this these days. It's quite rare. But...
I was going to say. I mean, it's a perfectly legal move, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be playable. But I don't believe I've seen this very much at the top level, and I have sort of stopped looking at the QGA properly a long time ago. So
I think some hustlers were playing this back in the day, and c3 here for black, and it gets a bit crazy. But like you say, it's out of fashion. So we'll see what Anish has in store.
Yeah, and if knight c3 does happen, I would expect Najdorf to just go for something, quote unquote sane, as we were describing in that game between Parham and Jordan. The sane options include something like this, with the idea of going knight bc6, perhaps bishop b7, even castle long, come out with a rook to e8. These types of positions are a little bit better for white, they always are, but nothing dramatic. And the tournament situation, Najdorf is very, very heavily incentivized to make sure he doesn't lose today. Winning would be an unbelievably good result, of course, but not losing has to be the first priority. Keeping his edge over the field.
Yeah, and kind of the inverse of that is that Anish really would want to win this one. With white against the leader, he can overtake. He can, he really wants to win finally on home territory out there in Wijk. Other games, Peter. It looks like Magnus has arrived after
there was a
delay.
Yeah, there was a bit of a pause there. Not sure what that was to do with, and a kind of a classical Nimzo so far. Black generally, I think, castles in this position these days, even though I'm sure c5 and d5 are not necessarily mistakes.
Yeah.
And then it's interesting to see what Magnus will do, because he has been dabbling in the Zemish type positions. a3 is nowhere near the most popular. And honestly, I don't think it's the best move in this position. But it's a way to initiate those really, really sharp fights, which do happen in the Zemish occasionally, where white just goes all in on the king side, pretty much abandoning the queen side to the wolves. But Wesley does start with c5. I don't know. That actually probably disincentivizes the Zemish a little bit more, right?
Yeah, I guess black doesn't need to rush with castling.
The king staying in the center should be useful.
Yeah, so I'm not sure the drawbacks behind the c5 move order. I think I've played c5 myself in this position. I guess there are alternatives like knight ge2, which are slightly different to the other lines after castles.
Yeah, here, for instance, this exists as a very serious option, which wouldn't exist now. If you play c5 and you run into knight g2 here, that would not be anything that is open for black. But you can, I think, reasonably happily just switch to like your normal play here, and I think c5 becomes somewhat topical here, right? This is reasonably mainline theory. c5, knight e4, and things become quite interesting.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I've seen this position before,
Mhm.
maybe even
Me
on
too.
my own screen.
We'll
Yeah.
let them decide which line to choose.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of options still open for both of them. Well, White could, of course, just completely ignore knight g2, just play bishop d3 here. Once again, aim for those tabia type positions with bishop d3, knight f3 castles. On other boards, we have this is actually something that is quite dear to my heart, what Richard is doing here. And I wonder if he's like, every time this happens, I want to, stroke my own ego a little bit. Because this is my recommendation against the knight b2 line in volume 2 of the course. And I believe it is sound, but it's also interesting to me that people seem to be reluctant to test what I'm pretty sure is the most challenging reply to it, which is very, very certainly the line e4, c takes e4, and e5, which I did check very, very meticulously for the course, because I think if you don't know what you're doing here with black, it's very, very likely you get into a lot of trouble. But I do think it holds, and it also has the added advantage of becoming extremely wild and a lot of fun to analyze and to play, which finally pushed me sort of over the edge to recommend c5 here. But what Vincent is doing against it, I felt really doesn't do anything at all for white. dc, queen a5, a3, queen takes. He will play before. He's already played before. The queen drops back to c7, and we get some kind of a position like this where eventually black gets a very, very comfortable, in my opinion, a very comfortable double fianchetto hedgehog. And I don't know what your opinion is on these structures, but they seem harmless to my eyes.
Yeah, I've got more experience with kind of colors reversed, Peter, in these kind of neo-Catalan positions where white often plays queen a4 check, queen takes c4, and it's almost identical, I guess, because black's a tempo down. You can't immediately challenge the way that here Vincent would be setting up. But yeah, those positions, you can aim for small advantage with white, so it doesn't surprise me if one tempo down, it's just close to equal.
Yeah, and the interesting, not very interesting, but something that I noticed about strong players playing this position is very often, they will finish setting up, which involves something like this, I guess, queen b8, and then perhaps even queen a8.
Yeah.
And then they just start shuffling, like the rook goes to c7, rook fc8. And I think there are some games against grandmasters which just end with white, like playing king h1, king g1, and black starting to play king h8, king g8. And those are definitely not any kind of prearranged draws. It's just that specifically with the queen on a8 and double rook on c7, this is really about as healthy hedgehog as you can imagine. The pawn is still on a7, meaning that b6 is not weak, really dramatically weakening any kind of a4, a5 plans because there's no target there and you're really telegraphing what you're doing. Even pushing for d6, d5 is quite possible once the queen gets to a8. The pawn is on e3 and not e4, which of course makes it easier for black to find breaks in the center and harder for white to do anything at all. So I'm very interested to see if Vincent found something here which like deviates dramatically from this scenario, because when I looked at this, I thought, yes, this exists, but it also is entirely harmless to my eyes.
Maybe white's best maneuver is like knight b1 c1 and knight b1 c3 in that position, and just like you said, just sit.
This has been attempted, but I don't know if it changes very much. And guess here maybe you will provoke a7, a6, but also rook c7 is just completely unnecessary. You could make an argument for actually starting some trades, because I think this particular material balance, like we don't mind the dark squares coming off. We don't mind one pair of knights being traded on either this or this square because the other one will come to f6. It just looks like, hedgehogs, I think, just stand well in general these days very often. And this one is, I think, above average.
Yes.
Elsewhere, this is very much becoming a kind of a running joke, but for a change, today the masters are doing it and not the challengers.
Yeah.
The Slav is making a reappearance in round 11.
It's always the bishop f5 lines as well.
Yeah, no, specifically this Slav. I don't like Slav is a huge opening, but they all are seemingly very much in agreement that there has to be one game per round where somebody does this with black.
I didn't even know it was fashionable until this tournament started. gotta say.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said this was the most fashionable of the black setups. And knight h4 as usual played, bishop b4, f3, bishop g6, bishop d2. There was a bunch of games like this in the challengers.
Mm-hmm.
Knight bd7, and white takes and goes queen b3. And Jordan in this position, this is a game between Dingler and Jordan van Foreest. Jordan very quickly goes d takes c4. And for a second there, this reminded me of this really, really strange and exciting game we covered with Jan Gustafsson and Sigis between Hans and there was an Indian youngster, but why am I blanking on the name?
Not Pranesh or...
No, it was Aravind, I think.
Aravind, okay.
Yeah, but that wasn't this line. That was knight h4, bishop g4, queen b3, knight bd7, h3, bishop h5, g4, dc, I think, and they got here via this type of mortar. And once again, I'll bungle how they proceeded, but
just finding that game, Peter. It looks
did I already make a lot of mistakes, or
no? White took on c6 instead of g4.
Sorry, so hang on.
Oh, so queen takes b7. Oh
no, it was dc4 first. Yeah, it was dc4 first.
dc4 first. Yeah.
Well, and I think h3 bishop h5 was included at some point, right?
Yes.
So queen b3, knight b, so takes, h3 h5,
queen takes
g4.
c6.
Oh no, queen c6 first. Yeah, queen c6,
rook c8,
rook c8,
queen a4, knight d5.
Yeah.
Knight f3.
Knight f3. At some point, like once again, it doesn't really matter which move order, and they got here. And yeah, for those of you who haven't seen those broadcasts, like the remarkable thing about that game was everything up to here was played quite quickly by Hans and absolutely blitzed out by Aravind. Absolutely, like he was above 140, including the move e6, e5.
Just giving up a whole piece.
Yeah, just a full piece on d5 being left on prise. Knight d5, bishop d2, king d2, e4. King e2 played by Hans quite quickly. And Aravind in this position very, very quickly played d3 check and started thinking here. And in this position, he thought for, I think, like 45 or 50 minutes. Never actually demonstrated what the compensation for the piece is and lost. And basically the entire round, both me and Jan were left speculating exactly what happened there and like how do you get those specific timestamps, because it's just so unusual to have this particular thinking pattern in a line where like obviously you have you something, otherwise you don't play e5. Black isn't even doing very poorly after, let's say, f7, f5 here, or knight b7, knight b6 first, and then f7, f5. You get genuine positional compensation for the pawn. But yeah, it was very kind of curious to watch because you don't really observe things like that kind of live on air very often. Our suspicion eventually was that maybe rook c5 here is stronger than d3 check, but he remembered that those moves happen and couldn't remember in which order. And he still very much wanted to impress upon Hans that he is still in prep. So he blitzed the one out, and it turned out to be the wrong one. And
then he realized what he'd done after.
And didn't really recover afterwards.
Yeah, I guess that's a symptom of modern chess, right? It's nice to have analysis engines at our fingertips, but the downside is that we sometimes forget to be really thorough with the analysis. I guess we've all been there. And,
or simply even remembering what it says. Because let's say if this was his prep for some other game, perhaps not the game against Hans specifically, and he didn't repeat it that particular day, you have and honestly, the fact that you get here with 144 on the clock shows that you have a very clear outline in your mind of what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But still somewhat hazy once you get to the very, very end of lines. And that's where mishaps can happen. In the meantime, there is a very, very interesting little Najdorf idea being demonstrated by Prague against Parham.
Talking of modern chess, wow.
Yeah.
Knight h2.
Yeah, proper Najdorf played by Parham, which is always very nice to see. Very exciting opening. h3, of course, one of the absolute main lines of the Najdorf these days. e5. People used to play knight d2 here as a matter of absolute urgency.
And then
Nothing
H5,
else really.
knight g1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually played this in a couple of tournament games.
Yeah,
it's not good, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, the idea of provoking h5 and then just saying, I've won this piece on g5, but you burn so much time that black actually generally does find a way to normally to have some answer to it. I did play it a couple of times for sure. But yeah, like it began as a way to play sort of the g3 Najdorf with a tempo up. If black ignores it, let's say goes knight bd7, we play g4 quite happily, and we get these types of positions, but genuinely very often with the tempo up, because one of the most important plans for white here is h3, g4, and knight g3 if black develops quietly. So you are very happy to have h3 and not g3 there. And this is why h5 became so popular. And then people realized they can actually play knight b3 here and try to play f4 and take on a 4-in-1 tempo, sort of trying to play the bishop e3 system in spirit, but perhaps trying to save a tempo on the move bishop e3. And now you see the very, very modern, like the absolute cutting edge new ideas in h3. Najdorf, which is knight f3, queen c7, is a logical move. Stopping bishop c4 is very high on the agenda in general in these structures. And white just goes knight h2, says this knight needs to be challenged because we want to have control over the d5 square.
Yeah, and the reason I pointed out that knight d2 h5 line is because in the game after knight h2, h5 might make some sense, but now you get the knight back to f3 and you're basically a tempo up. On
yeah, no, we definitely won some time compared to, I mean, not really, but black isn't obliged to play queen c7 here. I think is a difference, right?
Half a tempo up then.
Yeah, so exactly, yeah. So the fabled half a tempo, and I say fabled because I had this experience of, I've been using this term for ages and ages in commentary, just calling something half a tempo, and then I was asked to define what I mean, and I realized it involves like telling a 5-minute story about things.
There's no easy dictionary definition.
Yeah, there's no easy way to explain what you mean. Yeah. And I think honestly this line is maybe as good an explanation as any, because we are doing this. We are trying to provoke h5 and put the knight on f3. So for us, the comparison between knight d2 h5, knight g1, queen c7, and knight f3, we are we're always doing this. But for black, in the line with knight d2. After h5, knight g1, you can very much decide you don't want your queen on c7, and something actually is a slightly more useful move, whereas white will still play knight f3 on move 9. So the comparison between the lines, and the reason we are saying what Prague is doing will be half a tempo up, is that we've managed to commit our opponent to an option, which is not a waste of a tempo, but it is perhaps not the move they would absolutely be making in the other line.
Yeah,
that's I think as close as you can get to trying to explain
the short version. Yeah,
what we mean. Yeah,
and if black ignores this kind of idea of knight g4, if black just plays bishop e6, yeah, for example.
Yeah, that would be my biggest question. It is useful to trade. I mean, trading the knight on f3 for the knight on f6 should be pretty good for white in general, because knight on f3 very often is the stupidest piece white has in the structure. If you look at this position, you ask yourself, what are we to do with this piece? Yeah. If you cannot get it to c4, and you in most cases will not be, the bishop will arrive on e6 sooner or later, you very often just end up to find jobs for it which suited for. So it's good, but we are an amazing amount of time to achieve it.
And I guess we could look a bit deeper here. Bishop g5 could come in and really try to destabilize this knight on f6. And after bishop e7, the question would be whether we just exchange everything on f6 and play with a positional edge with the hole on d5. I'm not sure how much it is, but I guess we might find an answer to this quite shortly. Parham, meanwhile, he's doing the right thing after knight h2. He's just having a think. That's what everyone should do once they're surprised for the first time in the opening, and Yeah, something along these lines, Peter. I'm not the kind of biggest Najdorf expert or Sicilian expert in general, but this structure feels like it should be slightly better for white. It often kind of results in not too much, though. What do you think? Any chances for an edge for Prague?
Here I would say probably not, because I don't think we actually even get to put the knight on d5, because like right now we are running into queen a5 check. And another thing to say about the structure is if black forces white to take on d5 with the pawn, black will just instantly be doing extremely well.
Yeah.
So importantly, knight d5 right now, I mean, also bishop d5, queen c2, but very simply queen a5 check just gives black a very, very comfortable position straight away, because we will take and eventually will force white to recapture with the pawn. And if you don't park it on d5 straight away, I will play rook c8, I will play bishop g5. And I think the pressure against the c2 pawn here will be strong enough forever that you pretty much never get to play knight d5, play c3, play, I don't know, queen d3, rook fd1. Those positions are definitely at least a little bit better for white. But I just don't think we get them.
Yeah, if we can't get them, then it just makes it even more mysterious. This knight h2, it's kind of black's giving you everything you want and saying yes, you can exchange off the pieces in a favorable way for you, but still not much.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this will be justified by Prague. It's not that these positions are bad; they, I mean, very obviously aren't. But you do, exactly as you're saying, you do have to wonder, you know, how good the idea is, even if entirely ignoring it and seemingly allowing you to get everything that you are dreaming of here, still doesn't lead to, you know, anything particularly threatening for black. Parham is very understandably still thinking about his options. So let's briefly check elsewhere. There is a very proper Dubov Taras in a game between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana, just a straight up Dubov Taras, which came through, once again, through the English opening move orders, but that's not unusual. And Levon is doing, sort of going along the very, very central lines here.
Yeah. What do you know of white's attempts at an advantage here, Peter? Because I've struggled. I've looked at this a bit from the white side and never found anything too convincing, I've got to say.
I think, well, yeah, I've never really spent any serious time trying to find anything better. I think it very much centers around, there's this position, right? You include rook e8, rook e1, I think, and then you go h6, and we get this very long line where we take on d4, black plays queen d8, which looks a bit shocking when you see it for the first time, but actually makes a ton of sense because b6 was hanging, and the knight on b3 is by far the worst piece white has here.
Yeah.
So not letting it come to either d4 or d2 easily makes a ton of sense. So queen d8, if the trade happens, once again, we've denied every single square to this knight, which is very important. And here I think the main line goes like queen c3, c5, rook a d1, queen, let's say c7, and we go knight c1. Very important move, protecting a2, and also kind of hoping to eventually maybe have enough time to play f3, e4, a3, knight e2, knight f4. If all of this happens, obviously we're just a very healthy pawn up, but black has a very sound structure, very good bishop, which could be on b7, could be on e6, both squares are, could be on h3. Yeah. All of these options are perfectly legitimate. And I think results, white wins, I don't know, 1 in 4. White doesn't really lose very many here, but you generally just see people holding this with black.
Yeah.
I don't know if
especially against someone booked up, especially like someone like Caruana, who's clearly messed around with that position a bit. I guess there are less direct attempts rather than taking on c6 and b6.
Yeah, of course.
You can kind of play around, but yeah, I mean here, for example, one of the knights to c5, rook c1.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can make quieter moves here for sure, but giving black additional time to play something like bishop g4, rook a d8, like the opportunity might never come back. You know, this is always the kind of a trade-off that you have to decide on here with white, where you know that if you cash it in, your advantage is slight, but the opportunity to cash it in probably won't be on the table forever. It will be on the table for a while, maybe, but not forever. And you do have to decide what you want. We'll see how this progresses. Chad is asking, is Ding already completely, well, not completely winning, but much better in his game against Jordan? And Jordan clearly is in a very gambly mood today.
Yeah, he's been in a gambly mood kind of on and off throughout the tournament, but this one does certainly have shades of that Neiman example you showed. White grabbing a pawn, losing several tempi, but can black profit? And if I didn't know the computer evaluation, I would say it looks at least sensible for black.
Yeah. I was also surprised. I was also surprised it's apparently being hated on by engines, because yes, you're a pawn down, but the whites actually you're not yet.
Oh yeah,
you probably will be eventually, because this one probably disappears off the board.
Yeah.
But importantly, white played f2, f3, which means that, let's say, taking on c4, and in some positions like this, I don't know, just playing g3 and castling kingside will not really be very much of an option, because the kingside is unbelievably soft. Castling queenside will also, like, black already opened the b and the c files for his heavy pieces. I don't know if bishop b6 is the best move. I'm just putting it on the board to discuss something.
One example.
Yeah, just like rook b8 seems sensible as well. Maybe rook b8 takes b2 is just playable. But just to discuss the structure, yeah, I'm a bit surprised it's disliked apparently as much as chat says, because I would agree with you entirely. It seems playable. I wouldn't hate it at all.
Yeah, in human terms, it's a bit awkward for white if you haven't looked at it before. Do you castle queenside, where you might get a bunch of pieces hitting you long term? You can never really castle kingside. IQP, which isn't always the best pawn to have as an extra pawn. Yeah, it's anyone's game, and I've seen Jordan do far crazier stuff than this.
Oh, absolutely.
And yeah, he'll know exactly what he's doing over the next few turns. He loves clicking away. And
I wanted to say I sort of agree with your first statement, but on the evidence of even this very tournament, would argue you could slightly disagree with the second part, because we were singing his praises in regards to the game against Parham, and then he just thought for like 40 minutes and went for something which was borderline losing.
Just a massive bluff.
Yeah. So
yeah,
those also
usually he seems to know. He knows this stuff. Yeah.
And before we go, because there's still one more game which we haven't discussed at all. Apparently, the engine really likes knight b5, which would be an interesting thing and a very relevant thing in regards to how the position currently is evaluated. Because if you start losing by force here with black, then of course everything changes a great deal. But
then it makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow, and that's a big threat. We have to rebuff it either with knight d5 or rook b8. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, actually rook b8 is also an important opportunity, because knight c7, king e7 doesn't look remotely clear. But maybe you can actually go here
just
with white. Like, what are you attacking? Like, how are you attacking those pieces?
I was hoping to trap you with like queen c8 and rook b7, but again, am I in time?
There's the g8 square for the king. I was very much enjoying some mating ideas of doing
the queen and mate me.
Yeah, but there's now a square for the king on d8.
And
this is actually all happening.
Breaking news,
so we're not actually moving away from this. I think this is very fun to analyze.
Wow, rook b8 blitzed by Jordan. So again, it's either the biggest bluff in history, or it's kind of great prep.
Or a bit of both, honestly. Yeah. Like, you still do occasionally see people just play things they straight up know aren't correct.
Yeah.
If they think the refutation is difficult enough for the opponent to perhaps not find, or maybe not even attempt to find, because they will be under pressure on the clock and so on. So options for white. Is queen c6 a legitimate thing that we have to worry about?
Rook b6.
Yeah, rook b6, knight c7, king e7, and we've actually lost that piece. I'm guessing, queen a6 is a move, but we are, I think, entirely unafraid of it, because now suddenly...
No threats.
Yeah, no threats. Bishop a5 a little bit, but it's not really a game-winning threat anyway. Even if we do allow it, and like cd4, bishop a5, we can play knight c5 maybe even.
Worst comes to worst, knight b6.
And knight b6, even queen c8 doesn't look unplayable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it probably has to be this line: knight c7, king e7, queen a7, queen c8, and yeah, Chad also aims us
in this direction.
Aims us towards this.
How do we keep our knights intact?
Yeah, that would be the first. That would be the first part of the equation.
We could maybe run with queen a5 before we get hit with rook b7.
But that's very meh, right?
Yeah,
you want more out of life.
We want to checkmate. We don't want to start fleeing. But rook b7 is quite a big threat.
Yeah, I'm trying
to. a5 doesn't look great.
Trying to figure out if maybe I can do this.
And I play queen takes c7.
Queen takes. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay.
c6, so king d8. Hit your queen.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very clever that you've taken with the queen, because my idea was if you take with the rook, I do this, and then in this position I have queen a5, which pins the rook on c7 and doesn't let you take.
Also, cd7 is a thing.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, cd7 is much simpler. Yeah, I don't.
That's why I wanted to get the queen off c8.
That is a very, very good point. Yeah, of course. So queen c7. I mean, I played it to play c6, so I will have to play c6.
Now,
like, there are so many lines already where I'm, time and time again, like for the first time, disappointed that bishop a5, queen takes a5 is a check. I thought maybe I can play like queen a4, cb7, knight a4, and bishop a5. Oof. Yes, knight b6 also wins, but this is just a check as well. So
okay, yeah. For 3 reasons, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah,
I don't see it. It's weird, but I don't see it at all. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we have to play queen a5 then in that position after king e7. Wow, it's on the board, Peter. King e7 already.
Yeah, sorry. all of this blitzed out. Yeah, and Chad is suggesting that at a very high depth, it's only 0.2. So maybe not even a bluff. Yeah, fantastic stuff by Jordan. And also, I want to say, very impressive stuff by Ding, because either he also looked at this for some reason, or he's in a very, very kind of a principled / brave / devil may care mood today. Yeah, because I don't think it's very easy to do this after only 15 minutes of thinking.
Yeah, this is where kind of if you're not in one of those moods, then you tank for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then still do it through gritted teeth. But very impressive. Maybe
there are so many options here, and I was talking bishop takes c4 down a little bit, but that was not to suggest it's unplayable or bad for white. I was just saying there will definitely be compensation. So yeah, impressively done by both of them. Jordan is, somewhat shockingly, Jordan has actually spent time to get here. I looked up, sort of expecting it to be on 145, but no.
He's away from the board right now. Maybe he stood up a couple of times, lost a minute or two here or there. He still played very quickly, moved 17 already. Oh no, moved 14 already.
Yeah. And just to finish the roundup, so that there are no boards that we ignore entirely, there is a Berlin in the game between Arjun and Gukesh, which for a second they're threatened to be the Berlin draw, but I think these kids are extremely unlikely to actually want to do that. And after knight bd4, knight g4, g5, Arjun instantly does not take on d6 at all, plays c3, and now they actually have a very interesting position, which I suspect black is completely fine, but you still have to discuss, because white will, I assume you take with the pawn every single time. Bishop takes d4, c5 honestly doesn't look very attractive. I can even take on d4, right, and go for this counterplay. It looks completely fine for black.
Yeah.
So you take with the pawn, and you have this kind of weird structure where black force you pretty much to have a protected passer on e5. But black has the bishop pair, has decent coverage over the light squares. Safe king.
Yeah. It looks like one of these Italians. Okay, he has taken with the bishop. I was going to say here after CD, then maybe just fe5 was the idea. And if d5, I can play d4. If fe5,
Yeah,
then
and fe5 just structurally is very good for black. Yeah,
Yeah.
bishop f5, queen d7. Interesting, because this also does not look to me like it should be anything at all. I suspect that maybe even for more than one reason. I really don't think, if I do something, quote unquote stupid like this, I still think it's kind of okay for black. Because even getting the knight from d2 to e5, I will fight against it, and I think maybe I will win. Like
knight
f3
was.
Yeah, my idea is just to go here and to snap on f3 next move and claim that this really isn't all that bad at all.
Both sides are solid. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, the line I gave earlier, there's no way the bishop goes back, because I think then you are legitimately slightly worse with white.
Maybe more than slightly.
Maybe, yeah, exactly. Yeah. If I'm wrong in that direction.
Yeah.
White could be busted, but yeah, I'm being polite here. So you go ef. I want to take on e7. f4 is vulnerable. The knight is still on g2. It really isn't on e5 or d4, any of the really good squares. Why should that be better for white?
Yeah, I don't really see why white should be better. I'm not sure if black can ever be super ambitious and play gf6. It's something I say reluctantly, but in this position.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I don't hate it. That would be a way to play for 3 results even more pronouncedly. So
just thinking, it's the Indian youngsters, we know they're all super ambitious. The bishop moves, bishop f5 for black, and
absolutely,
king h8, rook g8.
Absolutely, don't mind that at all. I think it's an interesting option, but you do have this as a bailout. And once again, just to put this position on the board, we do very importantly have queen e3 check, and in this position, I think whichever one I take, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Like take here, take on d1, play, I don't know, bishop d7. If this was on a2, if white had slightly more, like if the king was already on e3 or somewhere, you would start thinking maybe you're slightly worse. But the way it is, with a bishop in a very open position and access to files, and this one being vulnerable, we're just not worse here. I really don't believe we are.
Yeah, we'll wait to see how Gukesh approaches it. It looks like c5's on the board, so after ef6, which is also automatic, then if he's feeling ambitious, he might take it back. If he takes on d4, it looks totally equal.
Briefly returning to our top games of the round, Anish, and we did say that it's incredibly important for Anish here to be, playing as sharply as he can for a win. He did play bishop g2, but he took with the queen. Which is also a very serious option, which, as we see in the game, just prepares white to castle queenside, which is always a nice sign for us as viewers, because we are going to get an opposite side castling position, which could become quite sharp. f3, protecting e4. You have to ask, honestly, I would be curious if we can't just try to save a tempo on this.
Gambit,
because I don't know how easy. Maybe queen c5 is the point, though. Because 94 something like queen e2 looks kind of lost to my eyes.
Check on g5.
So okay, then queen e3 maybe. You still have queen c5 actually, but even bishop f7
looks scary for black. You could easily blunder something here.
And honestly, even this, to my uneducated eyes, looks very, very scary. Like maybe you're sort of still okay after queen g6, trying to play knight c6 against any move, next move. But I mean, you have to be very, very certain of things here with black. Like this could be bad if it doesn't work out for you. This could just be bad.
Knight c6. It feels like you'll make me. I'm not sure how, but
I don't see how. But I would be, very, very interested in like calculating something like this, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it loses to bishop. Well, it doesn't lose. Maybe I have still a draw with knight e5, but Anyway, we're getting carried away. And Anish did play f3, which was replied to very quickly with c5, which is a very committal move, because it does weaken all of these squares for the endgames.
Yeah, and Anish went back. I guess if he went forward, ideally you want to go into b5, then maybe just a6, b5 as black and cling onto the pawn.
Weren't there some games recently which went like this and didn't really go well for black at all? I think Wesley won some exemplary games in. Somebody help me. I think it was definitely during the GCT, but I think he
to
beat
recall.
Levon. Yeah, now that I remember both players, I think I can probably try to locate that game.
So in this position, or just something very similar?
It was extremely similar, or this, but
Okay.
will be difficult for me to. Okay, keep on.
Yeah. Because Levon was kind of playing the Queen's Gambit accepted a lot, especially during the summer. So I think you might well be right.
Let me try and find it very briefly, because it might be relevant. Like generally, I don't like sidelining the show for my Easter egg hunts, but this is maybe somewhat relevant.
Yeah, we're being told by Satiris, Levon and Dominguez are the main two, kind of, or at least a few months ago when Levon was
there it
doing
is. So let's check.
Players.
Found the game. It's I don't know, but Levon got a very, very poor version of this. In this position, he went castles immediately and played. Well, he actually played he played 97. Yeah, so it was actually kind of severely different. Yeah, he went for this, and I mean, not having a pawn on c7 here does matter a great deal, and he was not able to save this endgame.
This is,
but they obviously is a massive difference that they're like imagining black having a second pawn on c5 here would actually already improve his situation quite a bit. My question here would be
Queen d6, knight d6.
I think we just take and go b5, right?
Yeah,
and we claim that we've kept our structure intact.
I'm sure white probably has enough somewhere, but it is a bit scary to leave black with that pawn mass on the queen side. So Anish goes back with knight c2. Understandable. And in the game, I'm assuming Nodebek wants to start with bishop e6 after knight c2 just to cling onto the pawn one move more.
Yeah, it's the square you want it on anyway, so I think you do that.
And I was going to ask there, Peter, does white go for the pawn with like knight e3 and take it, or do you start pushing everything? There's kind of two approaches to this position. You start throwing the pawns.
It's very tempo dependent, right? Because I would like to start doing something on the king side, but that would very, very much depend on whether black does something important in the center here, like knight 6 rook d8. If that comes in very, very quickly and we have nothing to stop it, we won't enjoy the outcomes all that much. Like knight c6. I was planning to go knight d5, but then I realized it actually gets kicked away very comfortably by knight b6.
And this as well.
Yeah, and this I don't like that much. We have knight e3, but not with the idea of taking, but with the idea of playing knight d5 and taking with the other knight.
Again, maybe knight b6, and it's
knight b6. Yeah, you have to calculate a 5, but then like we really commit to giving mate.
Rook d8 or something d8.
It doesn't really feel like there will be mate here.
Queen f2, bishop c8.
Yeah, we don't have enough attackers, quite simply.
Yeah. I guess there's other stuff to... Okay, he didn't play bishop e6, which maybe would have given a target to white's pawns. He plays knight c6 instead, but now Anish, I'm assuming he's going to recapture on c4, and maybe queen d6 as well in some positions, but yeah, bishop takes c4, I'm assuming, and from there, still very imbalanced. Bishop e6, yeah. Do you think black is fully equal in those positions, even if I just exchange on e6, get those bishops off?
Give me time to play rook d8, and the answer will be yes.
Yeah.
But I think, once again, white could try doing something about it.
Yeah. Queen d6 is probably
queen
just
g5, queen d6, all kinds of weird attempts to win a tempo somewhere. Queen g5, I was connecting very specifically with the idea of putting knight on d5. But my problem is, I don't think this is a threat. Like, I think I can ignore it entirely. I think if this doubling of the f-pawns happens, we just don't have enough. We have the wrong pieces to exploit it. Because this is a beautiful square for the knight, but whenever we play knight e3, this one comes into d4.
Yeah.
And yeah, my feeling is this is fine. I really don't believe this is so bad at all for black.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Should be sixes on the board, so this could become very relevant. This type of stuff. Do we need something pretty much now or in the next?
Do we ever do this?
And if I take you with the bishop,
yeah, my idea is to do this to play d6 and to claim that it survives. Or maybe rook h1 first. No, if I go rook h1, you'll play queen d6, and I will never get to play d6 probably, right?
Okay, yeah. As long as black gets another move or two,
looks like it's just going to be an absolutely gorgeous blocker, even though we're being taught that
queens of the West.
Queens aren't good blockers, but here, it feels like we're just never getting it moved. Although knight e3, knight f5, maybe it's somewhat playable, but okay, let's try this.
I could take on c4.
I guess queen d7, yeah?
Yep.
And my issue here is I would very much like to play like rook h1, bishop f1, but now there is no pin and I don't have time. So I need to find
queen c3 maybe, or do you run?
I wanted to preserve it, but I think I have to play either queen c3 or knight e3.
Yeah. Again, it looks like Grunfeld type positions with a pawn on d6, but it's never clear whether that's a strength or a weakness. This would be Giri kind of gambling. He didn't gamble, I guess, by playing knight e5. He took.
Yeah, he made the move that we assumed was the best move anyway, but the hope for a very, very sharp position straight away, that hope was very much, I think, being pinned on the move 95.
Shut down somewhat by Abdusattorov, by kind of forcing Giri to take big risks with knight.
Yeah, we pretty much always take with the queen. I think spoiling a structure with fe6, even though it doesn't lose, is completely unnecessary.
He's paused there, so I wouldn't be that surprised.
He has paused, so I don't know. And just briefly, there is a bunch of developments in the other two very high-profile games. Levon against Fabi, he actually has gone. Black though played h6, which is a kind of I think a more forcing take on the same line, because in this position, Black doesn't play queen d8, Black plays rook d8. I've seen this as well, and they're both basically blitzing, but I had a feeling that this wasn't supposed to be as clean.
I have a feeling Karyakin had a game in this against someone, or Nepo or someone like that, but going back a few months now. But yeah, I as far as I know, the computer shows it's like minimal advantage for white, but you do need to know a few things as black. And if anyone knows it, it's Fabi. Let's see.
And also, I just want to say, chat armed with engines is, laughing at my convincing pronouncement that queen takes is by far the best move, because apparently queen takes just gives white a massive advantage and fe equalizes. So
we take a massive advantage.
Well, +1. So
whoa, okay. After which move?
I have no idea. I'm afraid to ask now.
Maybe it must be a queen move, I'm assuming, or maybe knight e3. But yeah, that's odd. It doesn't feel like a +1 type of position, even if black makes 2 or 3 small inaccuracies. It feels like black is solid enough to kind of limit the damage. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too turned off by fe. Normally, I hate weakening my pawn structure, like you said there, Peter. But at least here we've kind of got control over all the central squares. Rook d8's coming. Yeah,
I think people are saying it dislikes this endgame because smoking the rook out becomes a bit awkward.
Okay.
Even that, none of this is very obvious, because by playing queen d6, you are basically committing to this 4-knight endgame, which I understand you can like with white. You have a sort of a slightly more relevant king, a slightly better structure, and so on. But it is still a 6 against 6 knight ending.
+1 here feels ridiculous, unless there's something direct. Wow. This one, I think this is Giri's intention. We'll see if Abdusattorov does play fe. But you mentioned that there were more in the other games. Yeah,
Levon against Fabi is more or less entirely blitzing, and Levon is playing quickly enough. I mean, I think they're basically both aiming for the same position. And I think you're also correct. I don't think this is supposed to be much of anything at all. You can play rook d8 here, and at least at first glance, you just win the pawn back, right? because the knight is now hanging. You play, I guess, knight d2 or rook c3 or something, and I can take on a2 twice. Oops, sorry, not rook a3, of course. This looks completely fine. You can't even take on c6 yet because rook a1 check.
The feeling I've seen this and it ends up in like rook and 4 versus rook and 3, but it's all on the king side where black's doubled pawns actually help. On the f file.
So
something perhaps, like rook c3 here, or
maybe rook c3 actually is a stronger attempt, and if black does the same,
then now knight d4.
We go on knight d4, and I guess
I have a feeling
I would actually like to preserve. We discussed it earlier on these shows, right? You would like to preserve this particular structure. So how do we do it? Bishop d5 maybe,
or d7. I'm not sure which one.
Or d7. Yeah, but this does have a look of something which, in particular, if you know what you're doing, should be very comfortably equalizable, or at least drawable. Maybe not equalizable necessarily, because 4 against 3 is definitely not equal. It's just a draw. Those things are, close in meaning, but not exactly the same. And the other game, which also got very, very defined by move 15-ish, is the game between Magnus and Wesley, where Magnus did play knight e2, and Wesley went for, I think, the most direct reply to knight e2 which exists, which is just playing d5, and then just absolutely going hell for leather, trying to eliminate everything in the center. Here, I guess knight e7 is a way to
keep the game going.
Keep the game going a little bit. If black gets knight e7, bishop g7, bishop c6, knight f5, I think you start enjoying yourself. But the issue, I think, is probably the issue is bishop g5 very specifically.
Again, if black can get b6, bishop b7, then you don't mind about doubling of the f pawns. But here, white would take and go d5, and maybe a slightly worse version of the game.
Queen f3,
or queen f3, exactly.
It becomes awkward. So Wesley goes b6. d5, ed5, knight d5, bishop b6, and white is pretty much obliged to do what Magnus has done. If these pawns were on these two squares, I think we would see the draw agreed very, very soon, because there is just nothing to play for. The knight on c6 is so stable that black just very confidently trades, any number of heavy pieces, and white will struggle to generate a single thread. But because they are on a7 and b6 instead, you have reasonably well-defined ideas of putting the pressure against the pawn on c6, perhaps trying to make it slightly awkward for black to control the c file and the a7 pawn. So this is not as equal.
You mentioned the other day that the stats between queen and bishop versus queen and knight, that's actually surprisingly in the queen and bishop's favor.
Go on, But I think this is exactly the kind of position where they will be. Although draw is still obviously a massive, massive favorite here. It's a position with, very open board with pawns on both sides. So you do have to be a bit careful, but Wesley has just about begun thinking. He's on 138, and Magnus burned through 45-ish minutes if you include the increment. Like if you consider that he actually had about 146 on the clock with all the half a minutes added. He must not be, too excited about this, I would assume.
I've seen him work wonders with the bishop versus knight in the endgame, even with all the major pieces off the board. But here it definitely feels as if black should be able to find a way to force things at some point. I'm not sure whether you start with rook d8 or knight e5, or how you create a nuisance before white gets organized. But if anyone, again, I trust in staying solid, it must be Wesley.
And people asking, can you show some ways in which it could go wrong for black? Well, let's try to make some logical, but maybe not best looking moves and see where it leads us. Like we get here, for instance, and now a7 is kind of vulnerable, meaning that your knight e5, c4 counterplay is very difficult to organize. Let's say you play h6, I go rook c3. I don't know, let's go It feels like I'm still sort of equalizing if I do that. So I don't know
Yeah.
how good of an example I've chosen. I thought I could show the chat this position and say now white is a bit better. But actually rook c8 still sort of works.
Rook d3 to keep them on, but then you come in maybe knight c4. It's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The margins are very, very slim, obviously. And
I think it's just get hoovered off the board.
Yeah, it's not easy to like. I think I can definitely manufacture something where black will be worse, but those will be like borderline blunders, like going, I don't know, rook a8, queen a4, just completely ignoring rook c3, rook c1, just continuing to make oblivious moves here, like rook fd8 here. I go rook fc1. Yes, this probably isn't. Well, even here, knight a5. We still have this. We still have this option everywhere.
Maybe here b4, and you can argue that you might win the a pawn. I'm not sure whether that's a valid.
Well, if I would have h3 and yeah.
Oh, whoops, sorry. For some reason, I thought we'd already played h3. But yeah, I mean, actually, here, we're playing to lose. But
so it's difficult. It's difficult to misplay it very badly as long as you keep your head on. But probably we shouldn't oversell the advantage of a bishop over knight here. It really. The more you look at those types of lines, the more you think, I'm not entirely sure where the advantage is supposed to come from. And of course, if black manages to play, let's say, knight e5, knight c4, and then a6 and b5, he will once again be completely fine.
Maybe if all the rooks come off and the queens come off, if it's just bishop versus knight, some chances for white, but even then it should with best play.
Yeah, if we are to discuss that, it will once again very much depend. Let me try to manufacture something of that nature. So we go, I don't know, queen a4, rook fd8, we go queen c4, takes, let's say knight e7. Yeah, let's not go rook fc1 here.
Take and rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1.
It's not white's best version.
So in this position, if you imagine white already has like a king on c4, black has perhaps a king on. Let's lose like 25 tempi here with black for some reason.
This is a good way of doing it.
And white goes a4, you play knight c6, we go, I don't know, h3, h5, bishop b3. Pretty sure this is still a draw. But this you can lose. This you can definitely lose, like king b5, it gets to a6, it becomes awkward, eventually maybe the pawn gets to b5. And very importantly, I played it in such a way that white has perfect control over the idea of pushing a6 and b5 and putting them on light squares. But obviously, black will not be allowing all of that. Like the way we played, black just goes like f5 and gets the king to d5, and you never have anything at all.
Yeah, you're not pass.
Or just b6, b5 in this position, and very often that would also be. And that's actually, let's show this particular setup, because you actually see it more often than you would think.
Yeah.
It's almost as if you can draw this without the king. Because this particular setup with a knight on c6 just cuts out pretty much the entirety of the fourth rank. So you can get it to e3, but it doesn't really progress very much past that point for white. Like, I don't know, king f2, g5, king e3, king f7, king g6. It legit feels as if just keeping the king on g6 and passing forever.
The barrier.
Like going king e6, king g7 might be enough here to be completely fine, because this kind of a construction just locks out the white king very effectively. But having said all of these somewhat excited words about this endgame, we're not really all that thrilled, and neither I think is Magnus. And there are some positions which whoa. Speaking of positions which are much more alive than
we predicted this.
We had this,
and
we had this on the board, and we couldn't make it work. So
we take c7. We thought,
is it b4 or something? Also, what does it do if it is?
What does b? Yeah, I guess you have a pawn majority if it's b4.
Yeah. And we'll go back here, but there was a relevant question in chat which I think is useful to answer. The question was, if this is so empty, why did he play d5? It's because, as we described, if you pass once you pass twice, you allow this setup, you will very likely have to start looking for equality.
Yeah.
It's very, very easy for white to legitimately become a bit, or maybe not even a bit worse if you allow this amount of control over the d5 square. So he did not have very pleasant other choices here. You can't really ignore that very simple strategic idea. And by keeping the knight on c6, Wesley is basically completely denying you the option of playing bishop g5 because that gives up a central pawn.
Yeah.
And I think on that note, we are sort of done with this game for a while. Let's try to figure out what's going on here. c6 also played.
Yeah.
King g8.
Now that your arrows are pointed towards the a5 square, maybe queen a5?
Queen a5, yeah, queen a5 maybe.
And don't really want to... what can I do here to keep the piece?
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Maybe we just give it up, yeah. Maybe we... Chat says, why not king e8? Because we did not want to allow c takes d7 check. But maybe we do, and we just like go after this guy.
Yeah, if we realized we were losing the piece anyway as black due to this pin with queen a5, then maybe we would have suggested this.
Then you absolutely consider at least the move king e8. But let's look at this for a second. Can I add? And this is a check, yeah? I was going to suggest queen a5, bishop a5, bishop b4 check with equality, but unfortunately that is not a legal move.
It's very rare that a check can be met with a check. Sometimes
that is
not always.
That is not a legal move that you will be allowed to make. So maybe.
Yeah, and
maybe
we should also mention it's quite relevant just for this game specifically. But the clock times, Jordan has been spending a bit of time, so he has been thinking, which means he'd probably prepared up to a point, but now it's either a bit fuzzy in his mind or he's genuinely on his own. So okay, here queen a5. I was wondering whether we take on b2. How do we best give up this piece? The rook's attacked. Got to pretty much move it now. Rook b2, maybe?
Yeah.
Not sure what my next move is after you.
I was looking at this, which is a cute way to force us to take on c7, but I don't like the idea of removing our rook from the open b file, right? This doesn't look right somehow because it gives white, I don't know, tempo to play long castles or something. So yeah, I like your rook b2 much more.
But after cd, what's our next move? That's the question.
Yeah, we still have all of those options, but
yeah, there's a nice queen takes a5 we should mention here.
Yeah. This is very cute. Yeah, yeah,
beautiful.
Have you ever had an occasion to do it in a game?
No, it's always been like I've had several games where it's like a resource, but nobody ever blunders into it. Unfortunately. How about you?
I'm trying to remember, but I don't think so. Yeah, you solve puzzles on that topic. Yeah, you see it in those contexts, but I don't think I've ever had this.
I think it happened. It happened in a game between, was it Gelfand and Adams one year in the London Classic? Well, I think one of the two players missed that this would come with a check and had to resign. But yeah, it's a nice motif, but it's very rare, unfortunately.
Okay, so at least we've established what he is going to play after king d8, and we currently don't even have a particularly convincing reply, right? So hang on. What happens if we just say we don't care such a great deal? I guess just bishop takes c4, right?
C4, yeah. I'm scared of moving the knight now. Just all these ghosts of castles queenside with a check.
Yeah. This at the very least doesn't look clean. It might be playable for black, but it definitely does not look like, a solution. It's something you, I don't know, default to in a blitz game because you haven't found anything better.
And then you hope to survive a pawn down facing the two bishops as well. Yeah.
Okay, so let's switch to king e8 for a second, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Just to see how we find these types of positions. First off, I will mention that c takes d7 is not forced yet. You can flick in queen a4.
But then knight c5.
Oh, no, like, yeah,
comes with tempo.
queen a4 you cannot actually flick in because, yeah, that saves the piece.
And likewise queen a6, I guess, knight c5.
Yeah, that is the same. You can, if you want, push the rook to b8 before taking. But I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve by doing that. It doesn't seem like... It's probably taking on b2 next move anyway, so... it's very unclear to me why you would want it specifically on a more protected square.
Yeah. And actually, the more I look at it, the more king e8 makes sense, because at least now we're never walking into checks on a5 or checks on the d file. And if we win the b pawn by force, then...
I mean, let's look at this for a sec, because I do appear to be fairly well prepared to take on c4 quite quickly.
And if I take on b2? Yeah, I'll try taking on b2 at least first.
I think I need to at least attempt getting the queens off.
If you take with the bishop, then your king might be weak.
Yeah, I feel like
or...
I feel exactly like that if I make an effort to keep the queens on, I will probably not enjoy.
Bishop g3 might come in some positions.
Yeah, what ends up being the result. But you're also not obliged to do it. Like, you can play bishop c5 here, perhaps, or queen b6. Queen b6, maybe queen c8 check is a bit annoying.
Queen c3.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm supposed to care.
Yeah, I'm genuinely scared as white that I might not survive.
Yeah, like if we continue going pawn grabbing, it really does start looking like we will get mated, and maybe even not sort of in very far distant future.
It's rare to see such active major pieces, active rooks on move 20, on move 20 something. Yeah, this looks at least like what Jordan should be doing. Is there a way for Ding to play it maybe a bit safer than this?
No, queen c3. The assumption is it has to be bishop b4, right?
And now g7 or c4? c4 looks like it should be fine for black.
Yeah, like why? Even queen h5 check here and then castles. Like, it looks very scary for white.
Rook b2 first and keep the queens on. Yeah. So queen takes g7 in that line. Queen c3, bishop b4. Again, feels scary, but just rook h5 maybe again, or rook h2.
No, I'm not taking on h2.
Yeah, that white rook on h1 is doing nothing.
I don't know. I would be absolutely terrified with white here.
Yeah, we need the king on f2, the bishop on e2 somehow, but it takes too long to arrange.
It takes very, very long. Yeah, you do have queen c3, which solves some of the immediate problems, and I don't know exactly how we lose with white, but it does feel...
Can play rook takes b2 here, Peter, maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, that is...
Oh, no, wait,
there's
bishop d3.
Yeah, there's bishop d3.
So I was being so clever.
Sag.
No. Yeah, but stuff like this, I mean, it's definitely going to scare Ding more than Jordan. Jordan, yeah, king e8. I think that was a great suggestion.
Yeah, king e8 is currently my front runner. I like it more than I like king d8. The way the variations appear to be shaping up.
Yeah, and if we have to commit now and play cd, then it's kind of much easier to calculate for Jordan than those other lines where it's a bit more tense. Wow, fascinating game. Most exciting one of the round probably so far.
So far, absolutely, yeah. You know, even though it's very sort of heavily theoretical, and perhaps because of that, you have to, like, if they were both also like tanking, and it would clearly indicate that neither of them really know very much. It would be very, very exciting to try and see, you know, which one of them gets to the bottom of it more convincingly. But it does look to be prep, which, you know, dampens it a little bit. The line we were discussing is on the board in the game between Gukesh and Arjun. CD4 was played. In the end, GF wasn't ventured. Takes, queen f3. I like queen f3, stopping queen. Well, at least, you know, asking the question if you like this endgame, which you probably don't, right?
Yeah, that e pawn is very weak.
Yeah, You can get it to e2 and even maybe support it for a move, but it will get picked up with a knight on d4 controlling everything.
Yeah.
So very understandably, this has been played. But my overall assessment of this endgame hasn't really changed, I don't think.
Yeah, it looks similar. You play, I don't know, bishop somewhere, bishop d7, and then rook a8, queen c5. And
yeah,
it might lead to...
There's some maybe merit to playing b6 just to prepare queen c5 check, trying to challenge for the dark squares immediately. But even if you don't, even if, just as you say, if you play bishop d7 and then rook e1, queen d6,
yeah,
how bad can this be?
This looks, very playable for both sides. Equally playable for both sides. Yep. Yeah, you called the future actually in the game between Vincent and Richard. It's pretty much the exact same position you predicted 10 moves earlier.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
I need to check out that branch of the Chessable course. Of your Chessable course.
Unsurprisingly, because interestingly, Richard, he chose to flick in queen c3 to b1, which I don't know. Like, one potential explanation for this would be in those types of hedgehogs which are about to appear on the board, your knight b1 c3, which I legitimately think is a good idea, has been, postponed for a move because you have to play rook bc1. But white plays rook bc1 anyway, so I don't know if it's that relevant. But regardless of whether it is or isn't, that's what he chose.
Maybe he foresaw time trouble in his future and he thought he could get the same position just with an extra move on the score sheet.
Yeah, we have sort of exactly what we've expected. But I should be okay.
Yeah, you just wait in various different ways. Very hard to imagine white ever getting e4 and thus no plan. Yeah, this is.
There's also, I think, a bit of an argument for playing d6, d5 just to, define things. But I
really want to take on c4 even.
No.
Yeah, just d5, for example. If I play like rook d1, it's very tense. I'm not sure. Maybe you do take on c4, but
we can if we want to, because we do have knight e5 here. It's not bad. But it also feels a bit unnecessary, and I think specifically for Richard, I think it's unlikely to be his choice here, because it has the feeling of a move you make when you kind of want to make sure you equalize and nothing else happens. And I think Richard in general is not very much of an let's equalize and not have anything happen in the game type player. He very often is sort of the exact opposite. He is very much in favor of things happening.
Yeah, it feels like d6, d5 is probably the move I would play against kind of a high-rated player just to try and lock it down. But yeah, if you want to have any chances to win long term, doesn't feel.
But I think
productive.
Yeah, I think maybe the one way you can settle on d6, d5 here is you ask yourself, okay, I'm a very ambitious player, I want to play on, and then you ask yourself,
how?
So what are my next 5 moves then?
Yeah.
And you start, and then the answer will be probably a6. But a6, now white can maybe start trying to figure out
on a4, a5 eventually.
How to get the pawn from a3 to a5.
Yeah. But as soon as white plays a4, does black meet it with a5 himself? Most likely.
Yeah. Just to illustrate, I don't know, let's say we go queen a2, I think h5 is maybe something that you could. I don't know if I want to give up the control of the g5 square. Let's
say h6.
Yeah, some passing move. And in like very, very classical hedgehogs, this will occasionally be quite risky because there's already like a knight on b3 and white goes ba. This bishop is not on b2. It's on this diagonal because the pawns are on e4 and f3, and white goes like knight db5 and start threatening c4, c5. But specifically where the pieces are, this to me looks like it has to be pretty comfortable, because if you are forced to go b5, knight c5, or ba, queen takes, for instance, black should be just completely fine, right?
Black's got the better structure. Yeah, it's looks very playable.
Yeah, so
he's played a6. I guess he didn't weaken things. Didn't weaken his the integrity of his position too much.
Yep. And now the ball is sort of back in Vincent's court to explain what he wants, because I can find shuffling moves for both sides for, that will last them
For eternity.
until the cows come home. But
yeah, I don't think White even really wants to play e4, even if you can play it in this exact structure.
Yeah,
it feels very status quo-y, this position, just maintain things.
And this is, as I described, it very often is sort of exactly what starts happening once they get to some kind of a position like this, where really all the pieces are about as well placed as they can be. It's very difficult to find improvements for either side, and your plans do feel like maybe they're sort of as weakening as they are ambitious, at the very least. So,
is there that psychological battle of like who shows that they're waiting first? Like if White's were to go King H2, would Richard just laugh, or would he be happy to play King H8 and kind of initiate?
Yeah, I think he is actually one of the people in this tournament who probably still tries to get something out of this. But even for him, if White just starts doing absolutely nothing here in some reasonably sensible way, it's just going to be so difficult for Black to generate anything at all. As we described, you don't particularly want to play d5, and also if you do, what is most likely to happen in good for you scenarios is the c file gets opened, everything gets swapped along it.
Yeah,
not really the way for Black to play for a win. You almost never want to play e5. That doesn't seem like something that is particularly useful. Although maybe e5 followed by d5 is a way to make something happen, even though maybe that something will not be great, but to make something happen. So you kind of struggle to find moves. Maybe you go like rook c7, rook e8, now that knight b5 is no longer a worry, but c4 is not weak. We're not really going to exert any pressure against c4. Yeah. Larissa in chat asks, can we try to get to put a knight on d5? Well, you can, but you've just described a maneuver which lasts 5 moves.
Yeah.
And I think it's very much predicated on Black deciding to actually pass for all 5. Because I'm pretty sure it's some, like here, for instance, I think d6, d5 has become maybe slightly more attractive because we've disconnected the bishop from the pawn.
But even starting with rook c7, rook e8, suddenly there might be some pressure on your c pawn if you go around too much.
Knight e4 is playable just to actually try to like even if Black fights against it in the most sort of gentle way possible and does all this. I think d5 is sufficiently well controlled now that you never actually land the piece on there in any kind of a meaningful fashion.
Yeah.
I'm not really laughing at the idea because I don't have any better ones. So it's a sensible suggestion in as much as like nothing else really makes any sense either, at least not to me. But I don't think it works. F3, F3, is the other very obvious thing you can try, but I would maybe consider it somewhat if the pawn was back on h2. I would pretty much never consider it here. Because let's say I allow you to play e4, and I go, I don't know, knight h5, bishop h6 becomes very...
Peter, he's played knight e2.
Yeah, with some intention, yeah. I don't know. If it's like... The knight probably does get put on f4, but whether the other one goes all the way around is still open to debate.
Yeah, we'll check back in to see if there's any progress.
Akash Dalvi says, I hate this from both sides. I think it's a fair feeling to have about this, yeah. I think nobody really enjoys this very much until... I mean, the way these games do occasionally become interesting and exciting is sort of both sides make a kind of an unspoken gentlemanly agreement that they will, I don't know, pass until move 35. and then somebody will do something when they both have like 3 minutes on the clock.
Lashes out.
Yeah, like you prepare a break, but you don't play it until both of you are extremely low on time in the first time control. This is one of the ways that these extremely closed hedgehogs do occasionally become more open and more exciting. But honestly, they've been both playing so quickly up until now that I don't know how realistic this scenario is. We'll return to this. We don't have to talk about this for too long. Our Najdorf, Prague did something which I was wondering if maybe that was the intention. In particular, if the bishop doesn't come to e6 immediately. Parham played knight bd7. We played knight g4. Parham played b5. And in this position, interestingly, bishop g5 wasn't even played, I guess because black has prepared b5 before in response in order to take on c3 if you take on f6. So Wijk just went knight e3, knight b6, a3, and we have this kind of a strange situation where this pair of knights is very useful for white in terms of fighting with the d6, d5 break, which is very often the most important strategic idea of any Najdorf. But the bishop on c1 doesn't really do very much, and you also don't have any proactive ideas, at least not that I can see. And this results in a very strange, unclear position.
Yeah, I've seen players like Grishuk kind of maneuver his knight around to e3, and then it's always really difficult to find a plan, but they always seem to eventually, whether that involves like 10 moves of maneuvering, like rook d1, bishop d2, bishop e1, and then just slowly unraveling. But yeah, I guess historically, Najdorf players, they should be pretty happy with this type of thing as black.
I think so. There's a couple of things here to discuss. One, a kind of a gimmick, which I don't think does very much, but is definitely still a question I would like to float. And the other one, a more kind of a strategic discussion, which I think is somewhat relevant. The gimmick is this move, which because knight fd7 was played on the previous move by Parham, is not that stupid. Since in this position, you no longer have enough control over the d5 square to be able to save your piece. Sorry, 8 is not hanging. You think you've woken up and had coffee and things, but I was so sure I've attacked 2 things, not 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of them is defended.
Okay, I withdraw my previous remarks, yeah.
But I guess you're going to ask after knight f5 if black can't take, if the bishop were trapped, then does black just launch?
Yeah, exactly. My question was, what do we do if, let's say, bishop f6 or bishop f8 is played in return? But yeah, taking the piece is stronger. My second question is entirely unconnected with knight f5. You do occasionally just go for this structure, specifically with a knight on e3.
Yeah.
But I think for that to be good, this needs to be on a5 and this needs to be on b7.
So you can actually advance your pawns on the queen.
Yeah, because then we have those plans that we were discussing when we were watching. What was that game? That was the game that Ivic actually lost eventually to
against Shupi.
Yeah. But those structures very often are quite good for white.
Yeah.
Whereas here, we don't actually have anything immediate on the queen side.
Black's quite quick with f5.
Yeah, and exactly that. Yeah, like you maybe throw in knight c5, maybe you don't. It's questionable whether you need to. And in particular, if you force bishop e2, I just want to castle and play f5 next move. And it feels like we've done unspeakable harm to our position here with white. We're still not really doing anything at all on the queen side. And if you pass for one more move and allow f5, you will very often just get completely swept off the board on the other side. So yeah, don't like this. Not a fan.
Knight on e3 suddenly looks misplaced. This really reminds me of a branch of kind of the mainline Spanish where they play like d4 without h3, and this structure you sometimes achieve as black. But yeah, if these kind of direct attempts don't come into play, then white is reduced to just a slow kind of maneuvering battle.
Yeah, you can shuffle, or there's a question in chat which I think is maybe somewhat interesting and relevant. Can we do this? Which I think does force BC, because otherwise knight actually does land on d5, and that would be very, very good. So we take, we probably take with the knight. In the end, here I wonder what like good follow-up would be.
Yeah, it feels like White maybe can try and prepare this somehow. Here it looks like somehow we'll end up either a pawn down or at least temporarily, or with a shattered structure b3.
Yeah, I wanted to try playing b3 and saying that, you know, a6 is hanging, and maybe I can imagine
eventually grabbing it.
But once again, this is just like, it's not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I could just castle maybe as black, unless you have knight f5.
You can ignore it, but also queen b7, maybe queen e2 though. Yeah, like, can we try holding on?
Yeah, maybe queen e2 or something like knight d1, a bit artificial, but if I can pick up c3, then it will be worth it. Can you defend c3 if I play knight d1?
Oh,
I just take it next move, right?
Yeah, and actually, if I want to ask for a take back, take back will not be given because we have bishop b5 check here.
Yeah. It's nice that we defend the rook on a1 after taking the queen as well.
Yeah.
Some lines, maybe here it's. Yeah, I guess we could prepare. For example, in the game position after knight fd7, if we play bishop d2, maybe this is more. If say,
I assume you can also include knight c5 though. I guess. And the thing about a4 before a5, since knight c5 does appear to be coming in quite quickly, the current position might be the last one for a while where this is on the table. I think it will be much, much harder to organize with knight on c5.
Yeah. Rook d1, that leads me to meet knight c5 with bishop, I'm going to f1, just to keep my light squared bishop.
Yeah.
But it does look a bit artificial somehow.
Well, now we're threatening knight d5 and we have enough pieces not to take with the pawn.
I guess.
This I don't hate.
Yes.
This I don't hate.
I'll pretend that was my intention with rook d1. I was just trying to keep my bishop pair.
Yeah. So yeah, rook d1 becomes a very sensible,
and then
sensible idea because of that.
The question for black is: do you castle or can you castle? Because white will then have knight f5 ideas at some point. I'm not sure whether now or on the next few moves.
Yeah,
maybe not now. Still.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out if that already provides us with enough or not, because the fact that the bishop on d3 is immediately being attacked makes like all of the f6, f5, f6 tactics much less attractive,
less likely to work. But at least you've got to worry about the idea for black of this knight f5 kind of on a
bishop
basis.
d2 chosen, which was honestly, I thought, maybe the most conservative of all the options Prague had here, because now after knight c5, allowing knight takes d3 doesn't really look particularly great, and bishop e2 is a very, very awkward move. You would much rather have it on f1, I think.
Yeah, and now none of those knight d5 ideas anymore. I'm taking back with the piece.
Yeah,
I think Parham's completely fine here.
Does look like that to me, for
just
sure.
A typical tense Najdorf.
Richard has played knight e2 d5 here, by the way, and the engine is not in love with it apparently, but not by any kind of a huge margin, but still feels that maybe white is the side pressing, maybe something like knight f4.
Yeah, slightly awkward for black. Either you have to kind of commit and play an ugly move like e5 and block in your bishop g7, or
but that is exactly how you occasionally become worse in these types of positions, because you end up with the bishop on g7, which is locked out by your own pawn, and knight on d7, which is also somewhat controlled by the white pieces. You have knight f6 there, but even this, let's say I go e4, I force you to take, and this is
fire on black.
This is not ideal. Yeah,
either we have to think of awkward kind of ugly moves like that, or after knight f4 in the game position, then black. Do you just keep the tension somehow with e6? Again, I don't want to weaken d6 too much, but I'm not sure if you can get there.
Yeah, e6 would be one move.
Do you ever play
bishop c4? I just don't like, because I feel like life might force me to calculate, and I don't really like that idea. Is this playable? It might be. Who knows?
Might be. Maybe just rook f8 there for black and just say, okay, I'm symmetrical. I'll play b5 next move. And I'll play b5 and equalize next move. But yeah, it's slightly odd.
Rook takes c4 with the idea of e5 and bishop takes g2 has been suggested to me.
Whoa. That's next level stuff. That's
maybe actually not.
Okay.
And also here rook c4 and b5 was. I think this is what the people are trying to remind me that I should attempt not to blunder pieces in one move.
I trusted you, Peter. Yeah.
Harsh people who are being unkind, even though it is a massive blunder, which we should be catching.
And actually, we really should be catching this one.
Yeah.
But it's quite relevant there because knight f4 then can be met by e5 maybe, ugly as it is, just because it holds up tactically. Now knight takes d5, it's far less appealing if you have to, for example, play queen d1 or queen d3.
Queen d3 does attack the pawn on a6, so it maybe wins semi-important. e5, e4, queen d4. Yeah, this I think I am quite happy about because you've killed off your own bishop on d5, and
unless I can play knight e5 here, there is a square.
Yeah. This is tricky. This is tricky. I don't know exactly what I think about all of this. Yeah. As you're saying, if we have to play queen d1 in some version, black shouldn't really be struggling such a great deal at all.
Yeah, I'm curious why the engine isn't such a big fan. Not sure if it's anything concrete or just on general grounds. White is always slightly better in these symmetrical.
Yeah,
practice.
And just to revisit some things while they're still on the board, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, we need to.
Yeah, Levon and Fabi have been really rattling through the moves here. After all of this, knight d4 wasn't even played. He chose knight c1 to make sure that b2 is traded for c6, and that the knight and the bishop stay on the board. And then they got this position, which looks kind of ugly for black, but is also just a 4 against 4, with the weaknesses reasonably well covered. And now kind of an interesting question here. Do we actually just play rook h1 takes h5?
Yeah.
Which results in maybe the ugliest collection of pawns and also like the most beautiful knight against the most ugly bishop in existence. I think it's a draw, so it's kind of irrelevant how beautiful anything looks.
Yeah, you can also kind of destabilize the white pawns, rook h2, sometimes rook f1 behind.
No, metaphor was just to illustrate how beautiful the square is.
Yeah.
We are always playing king d2 first and then king e3 to make sure that you cannot get to this pawn. But my larger argument stands. I just, as we were describing,
there's no way through.
Yeah, like this is very, very unappealing, but also impossible to attack, sort of.
Yeah, I have a feeling he'll go for this. I guess the alternative is to keep the b pawn alive a bit longer, but actually, can you even keep the b pawn alive in the game? Maybe he'll start with b5, then rook b6, and I think he's going to have to go for this, Peter.
Yeah, I think he
rook
might
b6,
have to, but it's
h1.
not really. It's just not a problem. I just don't think it's a problem. Maybe the reason he is thinking is he can try to quote unquote optimize and do it with a king. Because f2 is hanging, so we're not really worried about knight f4 takes c6. But I mean, it comes to the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't really change very much. We still go rook a1 here. We probably actually still go king f6.
Yeah. And just hang tight. Just sit there forever and smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other games that might disappear include the leader.
Yeah, this looks completely healthy, right?
Yeah, black is well centralized.
Yeah, this looks completely healthy for Nuremberg. Yes, there is this square on d5, but it's well covered. And in terms of majorities on other flanks, 2 against 1 is pretty much always kind of slightly more valuable than 4 against 3. So
yeah, that equal is never a weakness.
Yeah, it has to be okay.
And
also the Magnus game against Wesley is kind of hurtling towards the kinds of positions which you very rarely win.
It might well just be a pure queen and bishop versus queen and knight, but the black knight will be back in the center very quickly.
Yeah, and yes, because they're still on a7 and b6, like this is the reason you don't offer a draw yet. But yeah, actually, there's a massive difference between not offering a draw and believing you will actually win.
Especially here.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely you can actually convert this.
What if we play, okay, rook takes c8, queen c8, and then h3, h4, not sure which one. Maybe h4, just to pretend I don't know. Bring it forward even further. Bishop d4. Do I have any threats against g7 ever?
I mean, honestly, it feels to me that, I mean, do I also have to worry about b3 somewhere?
Possibly. You want your knight in e6, right? If you get your knight back to a stable central square, then...
really makes me wonder if I'm actually supposed to go knight c6 here and just to...
Quite possibly.
Yeah. Make a couple of ugly moves just to make sure that I get it to the best square.
Yeah, the bishop will be quite nice, at least short term on a square like d4 or c3. So c6 also slows that one down.
Yeah.
Magnus will try, but
of course he
shouldn't
will.
Be.
Of course he will, but against Wesley specifically, you're not really all too hopeful to even like make it last until move 40 with any intrigue left in the game. Fabi did find a way to do neither of the things we described. He just went king g7 saying, yes, you can take. Yes, you can take, but I can now finally start softening up your king side structure. Sort of a very concrete way of doing things, which I probably would be somewhat reluctant to do because I don't even want to entertain the thought of this race. But it's a very safe race for Black. Black is not even slower. Like we go f4, f3.
Black's king's not too far away.
Yeah, we can always play king f6, king e7 if we need to. If anybody is better here, it's, maybe Black has more pawns on the board and Black is better. But yeah, I would have chosen something else, I suspect, but it shouldn't impact the outcomes too much. Ding, after some thought, has gone queen c3, which we did expect, and then bishop b4, queen c2, which we didn't discuss at all.
Yeah.
And suddenly, the engine's like this for Black.
Still feels shaky for White with the king in the center. I don't know if we can hit the e pawn somehow to create some direct threats. Again, rook takes h2 you sometimes consider, but here it's kind of not what we want necessarily.
I think this is a dream scenario for White because I think what Ding wants out of life is some kind of a position like, some kind of position like this, exactly.
Yeah,
because it will be very safe on c1, in particular if you can play queen c3 and then a3, perhaps take on c4 in the near future. Yeah, you want to make this unattractive. You want to...
Yeah, at least stop White from building those solid foundations. So how do we start? Do we start with bishop takes d2 maybe? Or do we start with, I don't know, rook h5, queen e5? So many tempting options. I've got to say, Jordan.
Yeah, and interesting, and I think relevant in exactly the kind of a way that we were just discussing. There was a question in chat. I wonder why Ding chose queen c2 and not queen c1, which I think the implication being that queen c1 was the square preferred by engines. And I think you can explain why the engines prefer queen c1, because if you ever have to take one before, you would much rather e3 was not hanging. But you can also make like the opposite argument is the one we made earlier. Having access to long castles as a move is also definitely worth something for White.
Yeah, and humans also don't play queen c1, kind of putting all the pieces on the
without
background.
knowing, knowing.
Yeah, unless they see a concrete reason not to play queen c2, for example. So here, Peter, what if I start, because you mentioned that line overprotecting the e3 pawn, let's threaten it. I'm not sure, queen c5 or queen e5, maybe queen e5 to hit b2 as well. I'm kind of asking you to castle, and I'm not sure exactly what I do there, but...
Yeah, my biggest question is, how happy are we about this?
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure I'm playing some kind of an endgame here.
As White, yeah.
And then I want to castle queenside, and I want to, in some kind of ideal scenarios, I want to get rid of the pawn on c4 and push. The issue, of course, is that I had to give up a lot of time. So I guess Black goes king e7 and then rook hc8, rook hb8, the knight comes out to e5. This specific version, I don't think I will like such a great deal with White, honestly, because there appears to be a lot of immediate counterplay. But it's, I think, a reasonably critical question, because if White had time here to play, I don't know, a3, rook d4, and take this off the board, or at least force Black to switch to passively defending it.
Yeah.
I think those endgames could be better for White.
Yeah, rook d2, rook c2, just kind of hold and eventually pick off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it still feels like Black trying to equalize.
But the way things are...
Yeah, rook c2. Maybe the knight gets active somehow, knight b6, knight a4. Don't know.
Knight b6, knight a4 is definitely one idea for sure, yeah. Just trying to get it to a good square and then find a tactic. Yeah. Or simply just trade this one for this one, which should equalize.
Feels like Black should be quick enough.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, the engine really hated Ding's choice, so maybe there's more.
Not really hated, like but it did appear to dislike it to a degree. Yeah. Yeah, and Queen e5 is actually the first line. And interestingly,
rook h5 I was going to suggest as well. Maybe.
In this position, it doesn't even take on e3. It goes rook takes b4.
I guess we'd take one of them next move.
Nope, it just keeps the queens on.
Ah, yeah. Wow.
It keeps the queen. It tries to at least, really scare White with mating threats. Kind of provokes queen c3, and then does this. And this is, I think, very easily understandable once you see this position, because White is still very undeveloped. a2 is hanging. This is a very unsafe king, even though the queens have come off. And yeah, you can definitely imagine how this is just comfortable for Black, because the bishop is extremely restricted by the pawn on c4. So yeah, I can very easily believe in this being good for Black.
Yeah, that's really clever. Just playing for the initiative at least, not being greedy, grabbing the pawn. And you mentioned Queen e5 is the favorite. Does Jordan have a bunch of moves here? That
Queen e7 is fine apparently. Queen b6 is okay, but actually Queen b6 does discuss exactly the endgame that we were talking about, because now if the bishop takes b4, the engine does take on e3. So we have a bit of a clue as to what the engine thinks about this. And it thinks some really weird things. Like, I don't really understand how that is the answer.
Is that not always what the engine thinks? It's weird.
Because it goes rook c1, bishop c2, bishop c4. Sorry, rook b2, bishop c4.
Okay, so rook g2, there's bishop b5.
Or bishop f1, maybe.
Whoa.
I don't know. Yeah, actually, it does work, right?
It does, yeah.
It does work. Everything connects, yeah.
Black loses.
This is fun.
I guess you could give the exchange there, maybe rook h.
Yeah.
Takes h2.
Yeah, you take with the other one, but you're still going to be, I assume, fighting for equality here if you play precisely with White. Like I go around the houses and I start giving annoying checks or annoying pins on the 7th. I don't know.
Yeah,
weird.
Maybe.
Weird. So
he's played Queen e5, so
but Queen e5, and Queen e5 has been played, and it does look like, as we were saying, it does look like the most logical square, and creating immediate threats also. Just a very nice outpost for this piece to occupy.
Yeah, attacking e3, b2, h2, everything. Nice move. Yeah, I think we'll see a handshake any moment for between Lev and Fabi.
Yeah, if we wanted to actually watch,
there we go.
We missed it. Yeah, we just missed it. There you have it. They're discussing the endgame that they played. It's a very heavily theoretical endgame. I think both of us are reasonably certain everything up to here is very well known, and perhaps even this endgame has been, I don't know, analyzed by engine games or what have you. This is, I think, relatively reasonable thing to suspect, because this is a fashionable line.
Has Slav drawn all of his games this tournament now?
No, he won one.
He won one.
Okay. He is on a very respectable +1 with a victory over Vincent. That very, very long game, which looked like a draw as well for quite a lot of it, but then suddenly wasn't. And Fabi is on +1 as well, having lost that painful game to Magnus a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, a kind of a peaceful theoretical draw between the two St. Louis residents.
Yeah, it really does show that Dubov Tarash is holding up at the top level. Though one of the real developments over the last few years theoretically that maybe people hadn't realized before. And okay, that game has disappeared. yeah, we're expecting maybe one or two of the others not to last that much longer, especially Anish against Abdusattorov.
Yeah, I don't know which one will. If you had to like open a book on which one runs longer, the bishop against knight or this 4-knight endgame. 4-knight endgames do get tricky occasionally. Like you can definitely misplay this kind of position.
Yeah.
You know, as far as knight endings go, this one is quite sharp considering that there are majorities on both flanks. While black has a pawn on e5, which could, if things go poorly, could become a target if white somehow pushes black away from it, but difficult to imagine with the king already safely on e6. Yeah, and the other is very dry, but it features Magnus as one of the players, which obviously
gives it an edge somehow.
Yeah. Would
maybe
suggest
maybe he'll try bishop d4 here as white just plant it on the diagonal and hope that there's something on g7. But
no, I think this very much forces me to make the moves that we kind of like making anyway. I think it's weirdly somewhat smarter to wait until knight c4 and then put it on d4, even though it looks maybe slightly counterintuitive.
I was hoping for something like queen a4 there, just hitting a7 and e8, but
h3 chosen by Magnus. And interesting developments in Prague's game against Parham, because Parham after knight c5, bishop e2, did just castle, and f7, f5 is already a bit of a threat, right? And Prague meets it with the move knight f5, which now appears to be playable because there's no knight on d7. So if you do what we always attempt to do here, white has f5, f6, either immediately, or I would suggest maybe you want to include bishop c4, because knight c4, knight d5 maybe is a good inclusion for white, potentially, with f6 coming next move anyway. But I think getting the knight to the d5 square might be useful. And if I am forcing b takes c4, I would actually like to include this to make sure my knight stays on c3, doesn't have to capture backwards to e2 and so on.
Yeah,
and we win this bishop.
Yeah, unless you can find a way to kind of keep material here for black, then we don't really want to open up our king like this. So
I don't think so. One thing that I would be maybe slightly interested in is maybe this. It's very risky, but it's, you know, I can understand why that would be attractive conceptually, so to speak.
Yeah.
If, let's say, white plays naively and just goes for this, and then another rather big if, there are no tactics which exploit this king on h8. I want to play either bishop d6 or bishop f6. I want to push e5, e4 eventually. This rook goes here, this rook goes here. Like, if we get all of that, we will have a tremendously attractive position for black. But even f takes e6, I don't think is forced.
Yeah, bishop h6 comes to mind, perhaps. Although sorry, not here, but I was going to say f6 originally, but then e4, and there's no checks in the g file.
Yeah, that was an important line which I also spotted, not immediately, but did spot eventually, stopping queen g3 check, and we're controlling all the important squares.
But bishop h6 might pick up some material at the least.
Bishop h6 might be a problem.
If you're forced to play king h8, then I can grab a bunch of stuff.
Then maybe the argument becomes, can we do it in this order?
And I'm assuming I take on e6, but are there any options? Bishop h6 or g8. I guess at least there you won't get a tempo against my queen.
Yeah, I think it's an improvement for white, but it still is playable. And Parham goes for something else altogether, which is also I think I know what he means. Yeah,
d5,
maybe
same idea as yours, right?
But just without destroying your king side as much. I think he very much wants to play d6, d5 here, using the fact that if we take twice, we have actually lost
it's a skewer.
The bishop on d2 to the skewer. And if you include bishop h6 first, even e5, e4 actually.
Yeah, maybe you flick it in. It's probably part of your plan anyway. And now move the rook e8.
Rook e8, and this one goes to g8 then.
Yeah.
And yes, you've slightly softened up your king side, but these are remarkably uninspiring pieces.
Yeah, if you get two more moves, rook a8, bishop f6, black's got like the perfect, perfect setup.
Yeah, and if any of the knights get driven to f6, you're also not very unhappy because it stabilizes everything. And yeah, this is a bit worrying for Prague, who has not had the easiest of events in the recent, I don't know, 2-3 rounds, because there are 6 extremely promising youngsters playing in this tournament. And until very recently, there was a very clear separation because a bunch of them were struggling.
Yeah,
I mean, Gukesh at some point was on -4. Arjun and Gaisi very unexpectedly as well, and Keimer are currently on -3. Jordan is having a quiet tournament, like -2. It will sound very harsh, but honestly, -2 is maybe the kind of a sad but somewhat expected result, considering his rating and the average rating of the field. This is, in a very, very purest mathematical sense, is probably around the expected result for him. Yeah, let me check for a second. Yeah, he's losing 2 points.
Is Jordan one of the young guys? He's like 20. What is he? 23?
Yeah, I mean, okay, older than the rest, but still obviously pretty young and a very good player. So what I'm saying is not an attempt to throw shade, but he's on -2 and only losing 2 points of rating. So he is slightly underperforming, but ever so slightly. And then we had the 2 guys up top. Obviously Nordebek just leading the tournament on +4. No questions about his performance. But Prague was on +2 after, I think, round 7, or maybe 8. And also doing really, really well. But he has lost 2 games since. He was on +2 after 7 rounds. He lost to Rappard in round 8, then made a draw against Fabi, and then lost again yesterday to Gukesh, that strange game in which he was... If he played well immediately after the opening, he had very good winning chances with black.
Yeah, I saw, Peter, a video of the post-mortem between Gukesh and Prague, and it seems like Prague, in one of the main lines after White played Rook G2 in that game, he didn't calculate correctly or accurately, and he kind of stopped kind of at the critical position rather than going deeper, which is a bit unlike him. Normally he goes really deeply and thoroughly, and I think that in the end did just cost him the point, missing the critical moment, and it was just fascinating to watch him analyze.
And arguably a full point, not even half a point. It actually is very possibly a full point there being missed, because the position, for those of you who have not seen that game, that was a very exciting game which featured, hang on, let me...
A lot of theory.
Find it. Yeah, so, there we go. They played a very fashionable game of the c4, c5 English, and here Gukesh repeated something that Jan Nepomniachtchi faced earlier. I think it was played by... Who was that game played with White? Giri, I think. That was a Giri Nepomniachtchi game. Yeah, and Prague very quickly responded with the correct line, beginning with d5. All of this was played quite quickly, and in this position, we still don't really know if Rook G2 was some kind of a bluff or a misremembered theory that Gukesh only had like shapes of in his mind. But the main line here starts with fe4, which does look like the most... Sorry, Rook G2 starts with fe4, which is the move that you want to play. And Prague, I think, spent 42 minutes on a decision here, clearly wanting to play fe4. But then he eventually either miscalculated or misevaluated something about this position. I think he got here and either wasn't sure about what's going on, or perhaps didn't really work out the very, very final details. And the engine immediately says black is doing really, really well here.
Yeah, I was trying to do some lip reading when I saw that video, and it looked like Gukesh was like, knight d5, and it's doing well for White. So I think both players actually maybe misevaluated this position when they...
And here, shockingly, both h6, which I can believe in, honestly, it at least attacks something. And slightly more weirdly, the very quiet move, bishop d7, they both give black rather massive advantage. Engines give like borderline winning advantages to black after both of those moves. So Prague is definitely the last 3 rounds weren't the happiest for him, for sure.
Yeah, so today is about avoiding the tilt, and it's definitely one of those positions. I think that's why you mentioned that you're slightly worried, Peter, because it's one of those positions that could spiral out of control if you're not accurate here with white anymore. That pawn center looks ominous if it keeps advancing. How would you approach this position? How would you try and kind of re-centralize yourself?
I think I actually... If you take f takes g here, you absolutely make sure black recaptures with the h pawn, because f takes actually loses the pawn to knight takes d5, because this suddenly becomes a check. My issue with this entire argument is that I don't know why that is bad. like yes, we forced hg. I don't know why we're supposed to be so happy about it.
Yeah. Black's got an f pawn now that might start rolling later. And if we aren't sure about this capture,
let's talk about, maybe a good way to talk about this would be to stop showing lines and to talk in more general terms about what we're trying to achieve. And if we do that, I think I would start by saying, yes, black having a nice extended center is worrying, but it will be manageable if we can find squares for our pieces. I think the more worrying aspect of this is that these two pieces in particular are absolutely being denied anything to do. You no longer really have anything to aim them at. So the way for me to approach this with white would be, I would be very, very actively searching for a way to get them to better squares. I don't know what those better squares are, but I would be trying to find, like, an absolutely ideal scenario would be if we could somehow force black to play g5, d4 instead of e5, e4. And then the knight goes to e4, and the bishop on e2 will also, once the knight is on e4, we can put it on d3 or f3, and there will be diagonals for it. Unfortunately, outside of Parham just suddenly losing his mind a little bit, I don't see any way to provoke that. The way to slightly provoke that would be to play queen g3. But then, unfortunately for us, after d4, the e4 square isn't available, and we have to go back to d1. Ugh. And this is genuinely pretty good for black, because your pieces continue being pushed back. So this is the kind of a scenario where Parham might play d4, when it's really being extremely inviting. So yeah, I don't actually see a comfortable solution at all.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would be looking for something very forcing. I hate the idea of playing this slowly. I think we will get
squished.
Squished, yeah.
Yeah, this bishop h6.
We don't do anything.
I guess if we force black to commit with e4 early, as we thought he might, if bishop h6 here, e4, can we somehow come back and set up a blockade on the d4 square? Already, it feels very much kind of reactive and defensive, but say bishop h6, e4, queen g4, rook f8. Okay, he's played bishop h6. Maybe at least we can try and create some blockade.
Yeah. Do we play e4 immediately? I guess we do. Yeah, because we kind of
rook f8 maybe.
You can go rook f8 anyway. Yeah, you're not really obliged to commit to e4 immediately.
But then, as you said, the rook on a8 feels a bit redundant there.
Actually, maybe there's an argument against e4, because there is this kind of weird move, queen e3.
And queen d4 next move. Maybe.
Yeah, and I want to play queen d4 next move. And that actually does something. That is not an entirely empty gesture. To the extent that I'm wondering about queen e5 or bishop f6 here, just to prevent it from happening altogether.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop f6 is very tempting, or one of those exchange sacrifices.
Because if you play something like, let's say, rook fd8, I play queen d4, the choice here will be between bishop f8 and f6. F6 is kind of meh. So let's say bishop f8, we take... even the pawn on d5 is hanging. But even if I don't take it, even if, let's say, I go... Although then maybe I'm less happy. I want to say even, let's say, rook a d1. But rook a d1, rook a d8, we are...
left with those bad minor pieces.
Yeah, reintroduced to the same problems we had before. Yeah, we still don't really know. What to do with any of these guys. My issue was, if we do take, we get kind of exiled to a2, which I'm also I have to say,
Oh.
not a massive fan.
Maybe we're really clever there, Peter, and we play FG instead of knight takes d5, so we create a square.
Yeah, that's very good. That is very good.
On g5.
No,
we still get kicked about knight e6, but
yeah. No, this I think we will equalize.
Yeah, at least
this one I have very high hopes of equalizing.
Yeah, at least we're out of the woods somewhat.
Okay, so we do like those are serious options. Both queen e5 and bishop f6. I want to say I wasn't joking about this at all. d5, d4 is a massive threat. I'm pretty sure the immediate reaction is to offer to return the exchange, which will be declined.
Do we flick in d4 before taking on f8 as well?
That as well, yeah. You have to calculate. I was kind of like, I was wondering if I can make some sort of knight takes e4 work somewhere, but I don't appear to be able to.
Everything's hanging.
Yeah, everything is hanging, yeah.
This is potentially scary for white if our knight does get kicked back, and long term we have to deal with those pawns.
When correctly viewed, everything is lewd.
What's that from?
Tom Lehrer.
Okay.
It's a song by Tom Lehrer celebrating. I mean, it's called Smut.
Okay.
It's in favor of freedom of speech, basically, which is a topic which remains immortal and heavily discussed.
I thought it might be Flight of the Conchords or something. Just
no. That's
the line.
that's Tom Lehrer.
Yeah.
Which you could argue, sort of, was the front runner and the harbinger of Flights of the Conchords and everything else.
Yeah, so this is potentially one of those positions I know we don't want to solve with calculation, but we might have to for Prague in some of these lines.
Yeah, so what happens if Black does go rook fd8 and says no to all of this for now?
Good question. Rook somewhere. Rook ad1, but then you do get e4 and bishop f6.
Yeah, now we absolutely go for it. Yeah, because we will be, I think, in more obvious control of proceedings. After queen e3, I might even be somewhat tempted to go gf. Not that I want this pawn, but I just want to put the knight on e6, and then I will have so many threats all of a sudden.
All the pawns. Yeah. And if I go to g4, you play bishop f6, I'm assuming, maybe queen e5, not sure which one.
Yeah, both of them look very attractive, yeah.
It really does feel like a lot of control for black.
Yeah, I'm really not enjoying looking at this from the white side. Like here, for instance, we maybe are okay because we have bishop f4 c7. But even that, let's say we even include this, and I go, I don't know, queen
somewhere.
Yeah,
we might have to part with material as blacks.
Yeah, no, I was going to. I realized what my problem was. I was playing something like this, and then playing d4. But white isn't taking on d8. White is taking on b6.
Yeah,
and that's a massive improvement.
You could play f5 actually before d4 and then d4 and say okay.
Yeah, but once again, we're like this is move 24, which we're probably getting slightly carried away. This might become relevant depending on what Parham chooses, and I think it does give our viewers a bit of an overview of what we think about these structures. But this is obviously very, very far from being forced. Let's keep it parked for a second. We've gone 2 hours without mentioning the challengers. Let's at least update our viewers on what the leaders are doing. Mustafa Yilmaz today is playing black against Yagush Behach, who is not having the most fun. He is one of the higher rated players in the challengers, or at least definitely in the upper half, and is 2.5 out of 10 in clear last place. But he's had an absolutely horrendous start, and has been sort of playing catch up since.
Yeah, it feels like despite the IQP here, black should be just very, very quick. Knight c6, bishop f6. You can probably power through with d4 very quickly. It feels like Yilmaz has solved any opening problems he might have had. Just checking the opening.
I'm wondering if we are just supposed to maybe go c3, c4 here and just kind of force a draw somehow.
How do you force the draw there? Oh, yeah, just knight
Knight d2. I mean, I thought it was just a draw, but
C3,
c3 does exist. And yeah, after rook c1, you have bishop f6 if you want to be persistent. But maybe we do make a draw, actually.
Yeah,
I think this might actually be a draw because rook c1 is kind of clever. If you take on b2, I have rook c8. This doesn't work out at all. So
yeah, knight in a3 does a great job of defending. Yeah, I think this might be what he should objectively go for, because if you retreat with like queen d2 in the game, knight c6, it's very hard to actually get developed.
Yeah, I think, if the knight is on f3 here, black is actually probably still fine, but of course you prefer white and you play this with white. But with the knight still back on b1 and black 2 tempi away from achieving, I think, a massive, massive advantage, you just never venture in this direction. And b2, b3 is also
ugly,
an exceedingly unattractive idea. So, I think probably you do.
Yeah, I was going to say it's important for the standings as well. This one, Jurgis, I think he needs to shut it down before Yilmaz gets too excited. And get a full point for him would be huge.
As for Mustafa's co-leader, Alexander Donchenko, he has a very nice looking position today against Amin. Amin is doing something quite strange here. I don't quite know why this is his position, frankly. Let's put it like this. So they played the fabled e3, b3. And then, this is very interesting by Alexander, because Amin played rook e8 here, which looks completely normal, and was met by knight b5, bishop b7, bishop b5.
Yeah.
Provoking knight a6. And they do this in the Londons, right? But then this is like comparing it to some of the Londons. This is a much improved version because the pawn is already on c4. In the Londons, it would be on c2, and white would have to spend some tempi here to perhaps put it there and
navigate it to c4 sometimes.
And here, I still don't quite understand why in this position Amin felt obliged to do this, and then also for some reason to do this. Specifically, the very, very voluntary trade of the bishop on e7 for the knight on c3 confuses me. But honestly, if you just like playing the hanging pawns with black, maybe you can get to these decisions.
It feels like the worst version of this. It feels like you're many tempi down. White's very quick with like a4, a5 in a lot of these positions. Yeah, I guess he's playing by analogy to these Nimzo lines where you get the structure and face the bishop pair, but yeah, it's definitely favorable for white here.
Yeah, I like it for white. And I'm even wondering, and that would be a bit of an unusual thing, but maybe not even that good, but I was kind of curious, the way the pieces are, is there any argument for just doing this and claiming that you either have to align knight b5 or you have to play a6, and then this is so vulnerable for the rest of the game that you will not be enjoying the proceedings at all. But it feels sort of very, very simplified and also just completely unnecessary. And Donchenko quite quickly just goes a2, a4, which I think is entirely reasonable, just trying to generate weaknesses on the queen side while preserving all the advantages of his position.
Yeah, this looks just very, very pleasant for white, minimal risk. Jurgis did play that whole line you mentioned.
Yeah, credit to Tehach, who I think absolutely correctly realizes fooling around probably is going to lead to grief, and has now simplified into what we assume is just a very, very equal ending. There is a lot of other games still being played. I'll just briefly point out that this looks very similar to. And there was this Najdorf early in the tournament where white attempted to refute Anisha's scores by playing a3, a4, where it was unprise in a game between
Beardson and Mishra.
Yeah, correct. But this, I clicked on it thinking maybe it's the same, but it isn't. It's a kind of a more classical take on the bishop g5 Najdorf, where black actually gets to play b5, bishop b7, and looks kind of playable for black, honestly.
Yeah, the type of position we're used to seeing, like the g7 pawn on f6, and then there's pros and cons for both sides, but at least white has something concrete to aim for. Here it feels structurally you're very kind kind of solid as black. At least now castling kingsides are not fully out of the equation. What's white's threats? I don't. Or kind of
you want to play a 5, I guess, but
5.
that is also not like. First of all, after castles, this will once again be hanging. I assume it goes to b3 because there's really no other way to support it that I feel is reasonable. So you go knight b3, the queen drops back to, I don't know, c7, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then the big question is, what are white's plans here?
I guess you can throw all the pawns forward and ask black whether he's got any counterplay.
G4 and then it's a bit awkward because we control h4, but maybe, and I'll just make a very stupid move for black just to illustrate the point. Maybe you can actually, in some cases, go for something like this, right? Queen g4 here, or rook g1, or rook h1, or something. Just trying to kind of isolate it on g4 at the cost of 2 pawns, and then play on the recently opened files on the king side. So this is very sharp and very interesting. There are some dry positions elsewhere. But in general, very sharp positions. And Elena Roberts is, I think today, just straight up trying to have fun at the expense, perhaps, of objectivity and material, because she's gone c4, e5, d3, and in this kind of a reverse Sicilian, she just played bishop before knight e2, c5, I think knight c6, g3, f5. Very much, I think, indicating that we are mainly interested in enjoying ourselves rather than anything else. And the current position is we've achieved something on the king side. We have a pawn on f4. We have a bishop on c7, sort of aimed at the white king, the rook on a5 that could go to h5 in some kind of a happy circumstance, but does not really look like we're going to give mate here.
Yeah, if you don't give mate, you're a pawn down. Black's king's on a kind of targetable diagonal. It's speculative to say the least. It
is very speculative, but she's had, after a very, very promising start, she's had a bit of a chastising experience in the last number of rounds where it's a very difficult tournament for this to be your first super tournament, and I don't think it's really too much of a stretch to call the challengers a super tournament. These are very, very strong players. Many of them are young and underrated, honestly, despite the already quite high ratings that you see. Some of them will be higher soonish. And it's long and grueling, and she wouldn't have had very many experiences like that. But clearly, I think she was on 2 out of 4 and almost 3 out of 5. And is now 3 out of 10. So it's been a struggle for the past week, and I think it's very much impacting her opening decisions as well, because she just wants to play active chess at whatever cost. I very much know that feeling. I've had Wijks like that, where nothing really goes your way, and you just feel, okay, I will start playing whatever just to try and enjoy things.
And she'll be stronger for it. There's one position before we move back to the Masters that I was 100% sure had come from a Grunfeld between Thomas Bjergsen and Velimir Ivic. Came from a Sicilian. And how did we get here? And what a crazy position on the board.
Yeah, this is an interesting approach from Ivic, because I think he is once again, he lost this very, very painful game yesterday to Shupi, which he was very much in control of for long stretches, and ended up not even making a draw in, which threw him behind the leaders quite a bit. With a win, he would have been tied for first today. Instead, he's a full point behind. And I think playing castles here instead of... hang on a second, how does this go?
Knight f6. So this is still normal, no? After d4 isn't d5.
Yeah, but you play d5 here, exactly. Yeah, there's a long stretches of theory after d4, d5, but instead he just goes for something which I assume is very much aimed at getting a playable, if very risky position. He goes a6, h3. He just takes, goes c5, d5, b5, which absolutely does look like, at least in my mind, this should not equalize, but it also makes very, very certain that the position will remain sharp and extremely double-edged, and the stakes will be quite high for the rest of the game. And currently, the knight is almost but not quite reaching the d3 square. White is doing quite well in order to, at least for now, preventing it from landing there. And of course, you've done some compromising to your king side, because you had to first avoid the trade of these bishops and then generate a square on g7 for your bishop to return to. So f7, f6 had to be played, which is never a joyous thought in, as you correctly said, like Grunfeld-like structures. Yeah, and playing f6 in any kind of a Grunfeld is a bit meh.
Not to be recommended usually.
No.
But yeah, this one, I can see why he's done all of this. I would be very tempted to start kind of trying to break in the center. I'm not sure whether black can do that yet with e6 or e5. Or
e6 or e5, yeah.
Try and get that knight to d3 by force somehow, or at least open it up for the bishops.
Yeah, I think the problem is we are also giving up this square.
Yeah.
Which makes white's life maybe a bit more easily understood. And in fact, he just says, okay, I don't care about any of your stuff. I will just continue pushing my own agenda. Make a move, sir. Seems to be extremely risky to be playing like this, but...
I thought white wanted to play h5 anyway and start undermining you, and then...
I think that's what he means. He means to play g5 and then actually land it on d3.
Okay.
Otherwise, I really don't understand what is being intended. Like, you can't ignore h5. You can't really go gh and allow knight takes h5. I'm pretty sure it's this.
I wanted to kill your bishop somehow with h6, but I'm not in time. So like knight e2, knight e3. And
what happens there? Yeah, what happens there? And now we maybe go... I think I probably need to throw in h7, h6 because I don't like the idea of this landing.
But then I get time for knight d4.
No, I can't. I can't allow that. Maybe f5 and then d8 or something. Yeah, I don't know. This is
get crazy, this game.
Yeah, or maybe just try to kill it off.
Yeah.
But then you also kill off your own bishop, and then maybe this one gets to f5. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to watch, but I understand and appreciate the approach from Velimir. He needs a win today in order to, give himself maybe a theoretical chances to win the tournament, and winning the challengers is the all important result, I think, for many of these players who would love the opportunity to play the Masters next year.
Yeah, that's a ticket to the big time. At the moment, it does look like Donchenko and Mustafa Yilmaz.
Absolutely the front runners, yeah. I just briefly wanted to check in with what's happening in the Masters, but no immediate breaking news appear to have required our attention. So how do we feel about the shortish break?
I'm up for it if you are, Peter. You're the boss.
Yeah, let's do that then, and then go and watch this round until it at least reaches the first time control. See you on the other side of a short break, guys.
See you, everyone.
I might actually, I really wanted to kind of power through, but no, it's the other way around. Like, my kiddo has gone to do something with friends, so I will need to take the boy out for a walk at some point. It will be the shortest walk of his life, but I will have to do it at some point. So yeah, I do kind of need a break, but I also feel that
Skin for your skin, sin for yours. lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is I.
Hello and welcome back to round 11 of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament, where our two absolute obvious top games of the day are both frankly very dry, but there is plenty of action elsewhere. Let's first take a look at those two positions. Anish is trying to nurse this to victory somehow. I don't know how realistic it is. You do have a more active king. You have the fabled two-pawn islands against 3 here, which is, something that is being, passed from generation to generation as an important factor. But judging by the smile on your face, you are maybe not as much of a believer as...
I don't know, Peter. I tend to trust conventional chess wisdom most of the time, but I'll make exceptions occasionally. And here, I don't think it's too much of an issue. That black e-pawn, one of the lone ranges, the lone pawn island there, it's defensible. I don't think there's any way to really kick black out of this defensive setup. Yeah, I'm just smiling because I struggle to believe this is going to be anything other than a draw.
Yeah. I mean, the islands I was offering up as a bit of a joke. The more active king is definitely not a joke, though. That is a relevant thing. And I think this is the way you might lose. Let's say you go king d7, which currently doesn't give up any squares, and then you have to think what to do against, for instance, maybe even knight f5, trying to just win the d5 square for your king. It becomes, I think, a genuine problem, which might still be solvable, but definitely requires creative solutions already. But I don't think you need to make a backward step here. You can play h5. Yeah. And an important thing was mentioned in chat, by the way, that it's a kind of a curious situation where neither white nor black, it feels, really wants to touch anything on the queen side at all.
Yeah.
Because as long as these guys stay on their starting squares, the white king on c5 is sort of the full extent of where you can get to with this knight. I said knight, it's a king. But it still can't get any further. And white also doesn't really want to play 4a5 in particular, because it would present a target for black to play against, or perhaps just straight up swap 2 for 1 and generate activity on the other flank, which is also a very well-established, time-honored way of holding knight endgames, or any endgames. So how would you go about things here?
Like you, I would be inclined to maybe do something with the black h-pawn, maybe h5.
Yeah, but I was trying to understand just how happy I was about, let's say, this position, because knight h6, knight f5, we continue. But maybe it's just fine.
Maybe just knight f4.
We just put it on f4. And
I like this idea because there's ideas of just kind of knight d3 check and go back. And maybe sometimes you go round. But at the very least, you kick white's king away and you say you're not going to enter. If the white king can't sit on c5 forever, then there'll be no way it's going to enter. So I like this for black. I was also wondering if I can play like a similar idea, maybe in the start position. If Najdorf is afraid of touching his h-pawn, thinks it might become a target, then maybe something like knight c6, b8, d7. I'm assuming knight c6 forces knight f5 to stop knight d4.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't think we can allow knight d4 for sure, yeah.
And unless the white knight can attack something, then knight d7 check is just, again, going to drive the king slightly further away.
I like this, actually. Yeah, just moving it away from c5, perhaps introducing, let's say, if white does... It's very difficult to find a stupid passing, but let's say a3. Yeah. I was going to say maybe it also introduces this idea, because I think the moment the pawns start coming off the board, it becomes a lot easier for black to handle.
Now white has 3 pawn islands.
Should be a draw, of course. But you can see how it's ever so slightly awkward for Najdorf just yet. And the other one of those dry positions I mentioned is this position between Magnus and Wesley, where Magnus very, very pointedly, the first moment he could, just went a3, a4, which I think is something we've been talking about quite a bit before we sort of stopped covering the game for a while. But fixing them on a7 and b6 is the only way white can hope to have any advantage in this endgame at all. If they manage to be moved to the light squares, everything is immediately entirely equal. There are no weaknesses for you to play against. It still feels like black isn't really suffering all that much, but noticeably Wesley has begun burning time and making these very, very small moves. Like he went knight c6, a4, queen d7, king h2, queen e7. Appears to be unwilling to touch anything on the king side, which is the curious bit for me. Like I would be, I think, quite incentivized to try to play f6, king f7, for instance, maybe get the queen to e6, these types of things. But maybe he doesn't like the necessity of playing king f8 here. I still don't really understand why it's that bad. And also, queen e7 appears to suggest maybe he wants to play queen e5, but that I would be really scared to do.
Yeah, it feels like everything Magnus is doing is getting ready for that queen trade to happen. Like king h2 looks like it's a nothing move, but it's ready to run into the center.
Like something like, I don't know. I mean, king g3 is even greedier immediately, but then I think Wesley comes to his senses and goes queen e6.
Yeah,
like the reason I took there was specifically to not give the hypothetical black a chance to regain their senses. Yeah, so we take, and we run. And maybe you're still sort of in time here, not letting me get to d5. But if you imagine white actually getting to d5 here, these you do lose a lot more often than it might look from on the surface level. These are incredibly annoying.
And here there's plenty of pawns and dark squares. And eventually you might get pushed one direction, the white king would dart the other direction. So surely Wesley's not planning to play this, but that does beg the question, what does he want to do? Does he just want to wait forever, maybe? Queen d7, queen e7.
So he just chose those as his two passing moves, and he's just not going to commit to anything else.
Because now f6 isn't even possible.
Maybe he was stopping before b5.
But
maybe he was
so
just
scary?
Yeah, I don't think it is, but that would be one way to explain the somewhat odd choice of move.
I guess king h2 does prepare b4, because if b4 on the last move, queen d1 check would have picked up a pawn. So yeah, maybe you're right, Peter. Maybe he was just trying to block the opponent's plans, but it does feel a bit...
Looks like Anisha's endgame disappeared just as we were watching it, which I guess indicates that they weren't... he just offered a draw with g3. And then I'm really... has Najdorf actually thought with black about continuing there? Because it looked like that position was on the board for quite a while. This is an
ambitious guy.
Unusual. And in the meantime, there's some developments elsewhere. I briefly checked because I was very curious so what's going on in the Sicilian. And what's going on in the Sicilian is that Prague is in, I think, a lot of trouble.
Yes.
And also, very interestingly, the attitude of the engine was that Prague was actually doing quite well. It did not hate bishop d2, bishop b2 at all. And after castles, the engine just says, what are you doing, young man? This is not the flank you're supposed to play on. It goes b4.
b4.
And it gives white a large advantage even. For some reason, it doesn't go knight ca4. I didn't really investigate properly. I guess knight ca4, we are going to be at least attempting to push c4 as early as possible. Maybe rook fc1 first, but then we will be very much attempting to push c4. And if we do achieve, if we go rook fc1, and let's say knight c3 does end up being, I don't know, poor because of this, for instance, or knight d5 actually, it's a bit stronger, not allowing queen c7. And we get to play c4 next move. It will be very annoying for black for sure. So the machine was going knight c7, and then it was just playing a4 for white, ba, knight takes a4, and saying we have pressure. And this I can definitely believe, because suddenly there's a target on a6 for us to play against. This whole setup makes a ton of sense because it prevents a6, a5 from happening. And yeah, you definitely believe in this position with white. I think you're very, very happily accepting this as an outcome of the opening that you played. Instead, he went knight f5. And this already is a bit better for black, and machine finds way to kind of bail out into positions you still don't like, but can imagine holding. Prague instead went, I think, for something very speculative, trying to generate something on the king side. Was met by very precise queen b6 check, followed by f5, protecting g6. And now his queen side is falling apart, and I don't know where his attack is supposed to come from.
Yeah. Do you think this was maybe a miscalculation when he kind of gambled and went forward with f4? Maybe he missed this whole idea of queen b6 check and f5. It seems
It's possible, but I will say that
odd to give up the pawn.
it was already quite unpleasant. Like this position was what I was watching on the break,
Okay.
and it was very much one-way traffic.
Mhm.
You're not winning yet with black. It's not that it's completely gone. I'm not going to make arguments like that, but it definitely is very much one-way traffic, and you do have to shed something on the queen side in most of these cases. So at least his attempt to generate something on the king side is very understandable. And as a matter of fact, if white lands f5, or if black is scared enough to take en passant and give us all of these squares,
then the compensation is believable.
Yeah, then I think it's very obvious there's plenty of compensation here. In fact, I think it's quite scary for black. But yeah, queen b6 f5 is a bit of a cold shower, and knight c4 actually surprises me a little bit. I would have been very tempted to never give white a trade for this bishop, unless maybe c4 was playable.
But now can black lock it in with d4
and then d3, yeah.
d3.
Mm-hmm.
This looks
Bishop d1, bishop d3. I don't know.
No,
I mean, what Parham is doing isn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure this position is also extremely attractive. Like you have a very healthy extra pawn and can protected passer in the center, and you're going to be much, much better. But the bishop on e2 is such a uninspiring light piece that there definitely, for me personally, would be a temptation to just play against it.
Yeah.
Just not let it get back into the game at all. But it's a healthy enough choice, knight c4. I don't really mind it.
Yeah, we see Prag thinking in the picture. I'm surprised he hasn't whipped off that knight immediately. Just the knight is way too strong. He's played a4.
Yeah, I think this is even queen e3 now looks very strong.
Queen
queen e3 blunders mate into it doesn't really look very strong. Yeah, that would be maybe something to hope for, but not very strongly, because like nobody is as stupid as I am.
Unfortunately, knight d2, queen c3 is a bit annoying as well. It doesn't quite work. And double attack. So no fork. I wonder whether black just ignores this somehow. I don't think it changes too much. Okay, white's getting rid of a isolated.
Yeah,
getting rid of a pawn island, I guess, by playing a4, trading it. But
yeah, I feel like the king just belongs on f7. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Like choosing between f7 and h7 just to support the pawn on g6. I am very much preferring the f7 square, because on h7, if white goes to g5, you have to like think about all of these additional checks. Whereas on f7, it feels completely safe. There might be something stronger, but that would be my default option in many of these positions.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to preserve some files completely closed, you could maybe consider playing b5 before.
Leave white with the pawn island again.
Yeah, but I just feels like it's a tempo we don't need to waste.
Yeah.
Like I don't care about the white counterplay on the queen side enough to burn a tempo on something as irrelevant as white opening my a rook for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't really understand why I'm supposed to care about this.
It still looks really strong, unless there's something concrete like bishop takes c4, queen c3 here.
Yeah, this is a bit of an issue for white here, is that you might still be in trouble even here with the e-pawn coming in, and
that'd be sad.
Yeah, that would be very, very sad if your opponent blunders this against you, and it somehow fails to change the evaluation of the position in any kind of meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the worst feelings in the world, for sure. Okay, we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye out for this. In the meantime, Vincent actually got somewhere in this very, very quiet position.
This has changed.
Yeah, he reacted to d5 in the correct fashion of just by just putting it back on c3, not stepping into any kind of e7, e5 counterplay. G takes, knight takes, and it feels like Richard here either kind of took it slightly unseriously, or perhaps did not find a way for his pieces to get restructured. And the position currently looks like this. And in particular, like knight f8, a5, knight a7 doesn't really look right.
Mhm.
But it already feels a bit meh, right? Because
I'm surprised he
don't-
left. Oh, sorry, go on, Peter.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, no.
I was going to say, I'm surprised he took on c4 so early. It kind of released the tension. Maybe he needed to, but somehow the white knights just look like they've found good squares.
Exactly, yeah. And
Maybe just e6 and just sit and
yeah,
or something.
I don't disagree. E6 maybe not.
Maybe not
strictly speaking
specifically
necessary,
here,
but
or rook d8 or something.
Yeah, just a move of some description for sure. And I guess after rook c1, he was already a bit worried about e4, e5 here because the knight on g7 is vulnerable. You can never really play b5 because it just generates a weakness which white pretty much immediately wins with all the pieces that can pressure it. He went knight f8, a5, knight g7, takes, knight a5, knight bg5. There was a question in chat, can we take a look at e4 here with the intention of playing e5? Which seems very concrete, but also does appear to be sort of unnecessarily tactical. Maybe probably not here, I guess, right? A last move, okay. I guess here. Still wouldn't have been the most obvious choice to my eyes because
even if white gets e5, e6, it's maybe not the end of the world for black. You've weakened yourself as well.
No. Although now that I've stared at this position for a bit, I can see the appeal sort of. We're driving some pieces to awkward squares. And also, like knight c4, bishop c4, I think loses material because both f7 and a6 are hanging and there's no immediate counterplay. And I think the problem with e4 is not e4, e5 necessarily. But let's say if you play queen c7, I think I very happily go back to knight a5 ideas, but I've denied you the d5 square.
Yeah.
And I've also shortened the diagonal for the bishop on a8. I think this might be the reason it's a very attractive option, because it just stops some of the counterplay that Richard is aiming for. And also, we've kind of completely ignored the fact that there are more attacks on d5 square here than there are defenses.
This is very concrete now. I guess b2 is hanging if white takes on d5 right now. Wait, what's happening here?
I think he's just intending to go for this. I don't think there is any kind of a mastermind tactic. He just decided that this position is playable, and he's just going for it.
It might be. There's the rook on e1 attack, rook c5 coming sometimes.
So I think we probably have to go here, and I think we continue along the same
rook c5, queen d7.
Queen d7 is a bit annoying, It's a bit annoying. But maybe we just do this.
Just hold. Knight somewhere.
I thought this wins the piece, but it doesn't.
Rook takes a6.
It doesn't,
Feels a bit shaky, but it's fine, I think.
Okay, so let's stop here and think instead of clicking.
Yeah, I mean, rook takes d5 is the critical.
Yeah, I think if you don't do it, there's maybe some argument for queen a3.
But if black can maybe play queen a8, hold the a pawn temporarily again, then
yeah, this is a good move. You still maybe prefer white a little bit because this bishop doesn't really have very attractive squares.
This is also true. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of the safe approach where there's still no risk for white. You still have a bit of a positional advantage with the a6 pawn so weak, but the other one...
Yeah, the other one is very concrete and...
could just be close to winning if black doesn't find anything now.
Well, I have a few questions like about that particular statement. I have a number of questions. Maybe the most important one is, what do we think about 4 against 4 with the queens off?
Okay, so assuming I win a6.
Yeah.
And the rooks stay on?
Yeah, I think if the rooks come off, it's a draw, right?
Yeah, rooks come off, it's nearly definitely a draw, I think.
So what we're discussing here is we can sort of set it up even maybe somewhat logically. I don't know, knight b3, knight rook c3, knight d4. And black, let's say, goes rook c8. And I genuinely believe winning chances in this position are extremely limited. We know 3 against 3 is a draw. 4 against 4 generally favors the side playing for a win, I think. But once again, I would be kind of shocked if this turned out to be winnable against best defense.
It's going to be hard to kind of pin down a target like the
even generating threats is going to present a very serious challenge. Like I go rook b1, rook b2, and I just chill. And because the base of the chain is always vulnerable, you end up maybe having to push forward, and then black gets to trade some pawns off and actually liquidate in those 3 against 3s and 2 against 2s, which you do know are okay. And if you take with the rook here, you have to deal with actually, maybe you unpin yourself in time. Maybe this is not such a big problem. This one I am less sure about with the rooks on.
Yeah. And again, one rook can just sit on c7, and it's unclear kind of what you do if I just chill again. How do you target my pawns?
This might be relevant, but there also might be a tactical way for black to not lose the a pawn. Like my issue is I would very happily play. Actually, no. Queen e5 check is also strong, but there is also a very simple way to yet again win the pawn on a6 straight away.
The same ending,
leading us to the same ending.
Yeah, this is fascinating because Richard, I guess he felt uncomfortable in the position in general, so he's kind of just changed the nature, which is kind of good wisdom. But yeah, it just does feel a bit risky. It feels like he will be suffering in a lot of these endgames kind of long term, even if there's no.
So let's maybe give it one last pass to try and see if we can find a tactical solution after rook a1 that we like.
We were saying rook c5 earlier. Is there anything else?
Yeah, keeping in mind that the more pieces you retain here with white, the better it is for white. Like an absolutely ideal scenario for white here is the a6 pawn is gone and everything stays on. That one I suspect is just straight up winning because you eventually just generate an attack on the king side and win that way.
You have more pieces. Put the knight back on d4. I wonder whether here just like, oh wait, rook ec8 I was going to say, but then queen takes e7, queen c3.
Yeah, I was also trying to calculate that and kind of gave up very early.
A couple of pieces are attacked here. Should work.
Yeah, that and no checks and no forcing moves of any kind are available to us. I mean, knight b7 exists, but even rook c7, rook c7, queen a3, and there's a check on b1 in the end. Yeah, maybe rook c5 is just strong.
I think just to try and get active, if you can get rook c8, rook c1, and
queen b3 maybe.
Queen b3, yeah.
But then maybe rook eb8.
Your knight is.
Yeah, and then we get this kind of a picturesque position where nothing can be attacked, but also it really does feel that nothing ever gets out of those two squares. Like they just stay there forever, and eventually you like shrug and you play knight c4 and everybody goes home.
Probably eventually, like best black can hope for is one set of rooks to come off and somehow the white minor pieces get back in the game.
Yeah. So
this feels like a draw.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, there is also, I think, a very sensible option. I don't know about much more, but definitely a sensible option of just playing queen a3 here, because a6 is still hanging. We also moving the queen away from this attack. We definitely threaten bishop takes f6, rook takes d5, which I think borderline forces queen a8. Those two factors
just to defend those two.
Yeah, because otherwise I think you lose the pawn on a6 with tempo. And then I very much like f3 if it's playable, because now I realize this exists, but it's probably not enough, right? Like e4 here, bishop g2 followed by e4.
The bishop on g2, surely it shouldn't be enough threats.
Yeah, including the queen in the defense. Should be okay for white. And otherwise, if you cannot take on f3, e3, e4 is a surprisingly annoying positional threat for black to be faced with. Yeah. Because you would like to play e5, e4, bishop e6, but that just drops the central pawn and you don't actually have better squares. Everything else is arguably even more compromised.
What's the idea if I refrain from e5 and I just play rook ed8? Or,
yeah, but where does it? You just put it on e6. Yeah?
Put it on e6. Yeah.
But I think you are legitimately at least a little bit worse here because of how vulnerable this is. I don't know exactly how to organize it. Let's say I kind of like the look of queen e3 if it doesn't blunder anything. I did blunder knight g4 though. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because
very
there is some
important
counterplay
caveat.
on the diagonals against the white king, potentially. Queen a7 and queen in somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It feels like it should be manageable unless white can win a pawn by force on a6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've felt I will find a move that will immediately satisfy me here, like stabilizing and getting the bishop to f2 or something, but struggling to do it for now.
Knight b3 round to c5, but
but I really
just
don't
chops
like
it.
trading. This is a bad bishop, and I don't want to trade it for this knight.
Yeah,
like knight b3, I think pretty much immediately, like you give this check, you go knight h5. Yeah, you're like, this is way too porous for us to allow black control of the dark squares.
Yeah, put it back on h2 and then we'll talk about
that position you could still play, but with the pawn on h3 and the pawn on f3, you never want to really do this too freely. Seems like something has disappeared off the screen just as we were talking.
It is the game between Ding and Jordan. Wow.
Okay. Yeah, they've actually stabilized, and there was a repetition found. It followed a very similar course to what the machine was suggesting. After queen e5, Ding did go for this bailout with bishop takes b4, and Jordan didn't play rook takes b4. Jordan very understandably thought, okay, this is a central pawn I can win with an intermezzo, so why not? And they got here, rook d2, and Jordan held this position in a very different fashion to what we're discussing. He didn't try to organize anything on the queen side. He just played g5, and then just protected the pawn on c4 with the rooks on a4 and h4.
Nice symmetry.
And and as long as the pawn survives, the bishop on e2 really, it's not at all obvious why it's supposed to be stronger than knight on b6. And they found some kind of a actually logical repetition, and draw was arrived at.
Yeah, I quite like how Jordan defended that. Just it's quite quirky, this rook on h4, then h3, but it's a real thorn in white side.
Absolutely. In the meantime,
well-played game.
Yeah, actually a well-played game, and potentially an important game theoretically, because I think they very much autopilot queen c7 or queen b6 in these types of positions. And if you can just start going d takes c4 here, I assume it improves your general prospects quite a bit, because it just speeds up all of your counterplay.
Yeah, just white just takes back on c4.
And a very, very interesting and somewhat surprising little interaction happened just now in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh. We left it somewhere here. Arjun played queen f3, queen takes c3. We liked queen bishop d7, but Gukesh played even more. And directly playing queen f6, saying endgames are fine, why don't we play one of them? Queen d3, queen b2, queen d5, king h8, knight c4. And a very, very cute tactic here by Gukesh, by the way, which I originally didn't even notice.
Wow.
This is such an unusual tactic. The point being that if you pick up a free bishop, seemingly, we have rook a e8 here. And not only do you not have any squares to keep being connected to the knight on c4, you can't attack any of those. You can't even win a pawn here. Like, you have to go back towards like g4, h3,
or d6, maybe.
And you are... d6 is probably the best. Yeah, d6 is better, but still, black is completely fine. So that forced white to play queen e5. Takes, rook a8, rook f2, rook c5, rook e1. And in this position, they just made this sequence, which struck me as very unusual. Black played b7, b5 here. And Arjun just said, this is a passer now. Yeah, let's go.
Wow, this is extremely risky though from Arjun to play a5, because keeping that extra set of pawns on the board long term could really come back to haunt him. That a4's target, and if all the rooks come off now, it's gonna be.
I guess what he's arguing is that it's kind of difficult for black to make a comfortable move right now, because you have to control all of these knight jumps. But he is absolutely making this into a much sharper endgame than it needed to be, because I think if you take on b5, you pretty much never lose. Like, you can go... First of all, I think knight e6 kind of makes a draw immediately, I would assume, and just like take on a7 and find a way to bring it back. But also you can start by rook a1 and or
Yeah, this must be a draw somehow.
Yeah, like I refuse to believe this isn't a draw. A5, and Gukesh after some thought goes rook d8, which is a clever move. Because what you want to do in this position is just to remove the bishop from e6 so that it's not in the way. But there's a fork on d7 being threatened everywhere.
Yeah.
So he just goes rook d8 saying, I don't care about you playing f5. I will put it on g8. And now this runs. It just runs very, very quickly. If you let it.
Yeah, and this sorry, Peter.
No, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, this is the risk involved. Like, I understand Arjun probably just wants to keep some winning chances, but what's the benefit of having the A pawns on the board? I don't really see it for white. How are you really ever going to win A7? And
yeah, I don't know.
I'm skeptical that this is... the A pawn was surely going to be easier to stop than this black B pawn, which is going to race forward. I feel like now he needs to pull the brakes.
Yeah, if we get here, we maybe actually go for this, right? And just try to generate immediate strong counterplay of our own. But this is massively risky. Like if this doesn't work out tactically, if we're missing something here somehow.
Like rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5. I think we might have to play rook fe2, but I still don't know how this loses.
b3,
f6.
Gets really complicated now.
We probably include g takes, but f7 is enough of a threat. Like with 2 f7, I think white is not worse, at least.
Yeah, I was wondering about not taking on f6 and maybe starting with b2.
Okay.
To try and meet f7 with rook takes e5. f8, rook takes e2. But
yeah, that is clever. Hang on.
Because then I need the g pawns on the board to stop any queen f6 checks.
Oh yeah, that is the difference, of course, and yeah, this is absolutely right. Here it would have lost to f8 queen, rook e2, queen f6 mate, but in the same position in here, I'm guessing black just wins because this appears, coupled with the double rooks on the second, or even rook c1, coming in.
Yeah.
It feels like black actually wins this very comfortably.
Yeah, and although this is a long variation, it shows like the type of danger that might happen if the b pawn starts running.
Yeah, Chad says he can play rook b2 if he's scared. But yeah, but if you switch to making moves like rook b2, you are absolutely admitting that you're worse, and will have to play like very, very carefully not to run into trouble. Once again, bishop g8 or king g8, and then like rook d4 becomes a topic with ideas of pushing or. I don't like this for white. It's very peculiar.
Yeah, momentum-wise, it's such a big gain for black. 2 rooks on the open file, pass pawn. Knights are really kind of inflexible in these types of scenarios. So
yeah,
I've got to say I hate a5, even if it's subjectively fine, even if the computer thinks it's still a dead draw. Yeah, interesting decision, but
it is a very unusual decision for sure. Yeah,
is Prague just getting squashed?
Yeah.
Looks like those black pawns are pushing forward.
Yeah, the bishop on b3 finally. Black did play d5, d4, so the bishop on b3 seemingly has some breathing space, but the king on h6 is entirely safe because h4 is under control, g5 is under control, so you can't really generate any threats at all. And yeah, eventually you just get, as you're saying, you just get squished. d3 happens or something else unfortunate happens to your position. Rook a1 played.
Black feels like, summoning queen somewhere and then d3 might be a threat. Don't know if we can gang up against f4 sometimes.
Queen f6, h4 might actually force the queens off and those endgames will be completely lost. So I actually don't hate that at all. I just go in queen f6 here and pretty much meeting any reasonable move with queen h4.
Yeah, rook a7, queen h4.
Yeah, for instance, that. Yeah, and once the bishop lands on h4, even e3, e2 becomes a threat that is going to be remarkably difficult to parry. White really does not have pieces to fight against it. Prague is it's kind of a strange tournament because it looks like the loss against Richard kind of shook him. But even that game, he played, I think, a lot more timidly than you would have expected from somebody who was on +2 with 0 losses and arguably maybe even some points missed along the way. I think he had a very, very promising position against Arjun in round 4, so it could have been arguably even on a higher score. And for a young man of of his age and his talent, tournament going well, it's a bit unusual to, at least optically, it looks like he sort of started doubting himself a lot more than he had the need for. And yeah, it's when you're doing so well, it's rare, I think, to see people run into that particular problem. But yeah, tournament is now sort of going from bad to worse. If he loses today, he will be below 50%, which, considering he was on +2 4 rounds ago, feels like a bit of a travesty.
Yeah, I think he was crossing 2,700 for the first time just a few rounds ago, and suddenly it's looking further and further away. But yeah, he'll be back, and the first half of the tournament, he was, I think, one of the star players, one of the most impressive by far.
No, absolutely, yeah, rock solid and
putting pressure on everyone.
Yeah, that victory with Black against Ding, I think, is, if you're ever in doubt about the qualities of Pragg as a chess player, just go back, take a look at what he's done against one of the strongest all-round players in the world, just outplaying him from a quiet, seemingly completely safe position where nothing is going on.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive stuff there by Pragg. But since then, it has definitely gone in the wrong direction. Queen f6 on the board. Yeah, Parham probably converts from here. Difficult to imagine Parham not converting.
Really nice move, Queen f6. Just control, maximum control.
Queen c3 chosen by Rapport here. I don't know if it changes anything necessarily against non-blunders. Like, even Queen a2 doesn't look horrible. Queen a2 with the intention of putting this guy on c4 and then sort of re-evaluating. Yeah. One thing I don't want to do is Queen d4 check, of course, breaking this chain. Also, just breaking the bathtub. The bathtub must stay safe.
Haven't heard that one for a while.
You never touch the bathtub with your hands.
Yeah.
Very funny variation, by the way. I want to show you. I don't know if it's correct, but it's very funny. Okay. Queen a2, rook e8, knight c4,
rook takes, and rook d2.
And then I spotted Queen a5.
And
then I spotted rook d1 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of Queen a4 exists.
Queen, or Queen takes a6, maybe.
Or Queen, I don't know. I just wanted to make a beautiful geometric move on a5, but yeah, it just doesn't work at all because Queen a4, Queen a6. Yeah, okay.
That is very pretty, Queen a5.
Queen a5 rook d1 is a nice little interplay, but obviously entirely unneeded for either.
Yeah, it feels like Queen a2 is maybe the move you play if you're worried about keeping control. Looks nice and stable. I don't know if rook a2 abandons the first rank. I'm a bit reluctant somehow.
Yeah, rook e8, and it becomes maybe a bit awkward, right? Because we've also denied white the e5 square for the queen. So you'll have to make some moves which would allow black to perhaps eventually enter.
Yeah, weird moves like Queen f3, which we don't really want.
Yeah,
Queen a2 looks like the way.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Vincent to make a decision here, a kind of a curious decision there by Wesley.
Whoa, okay.
It went Queen e7, Queen f3, Queen e8, b3, so Magnus kind of improving slowly, making all of the little moves that he might need later. And Wesley just played h6, Queen d5, and Queen e6 here, which really kind of makes you wonder, why couldn't we put the Queen on e6 straight away?
Yeah.
Takes, King's thinking f7. And once again, you assume this is fine. But
I just don't understand why he would do this to himself. Like, he could have put the queen on e6, as you said, just kind of put a pawn on h6 and said, what are you ever doing?
Yeah, even here, like, just is there a tactical reason not to do this? I guess maybe here he was worried about b4. But after okay. So
you play Queen e8 first, Queen d5.
He played Queen e8, and after b3 once again, if Queen e6, I guess b4 happens anyway. And he didn't really want to allow the fixing of the pawn on a7 like that. So what's happening here? The king gets to c4 for sure. where do we need to be by the time it's on c4 for us to feel confident of not losing?
With the Black King.
Mm-hmm. Also, I want to note that maybe you would like to play e5 if you were guaranteed to get this position, but I think it just straight up potentially loses to the move king f5. And now just king e4, and suddenly this is hanging. And you don't have time to play king e6, and otherwise you have to allow king d5, and those things generally lose you the game.
Is there an argument to be made in that position, e5 check, king f5 to play h5? I know it's ugly to allow the white king nearer the h-pawn, but
you might have g6.
You might have to. And if the white king goes to the g5 square, then it can't get any further. It goes back to e4, king e6.
Yeah, you might even have counterplay. Maybe even this is sort of okay. I was worried that white might be somehow in time to organize f3, g4, and then take with the f-pawn. But this takes an age, and black must have something to do in the meantime. There's no way you can actually spend this much time on one plan and not get hit by
maybe 98, 96. Others.
At least 98, 96, and maybe even something smarter.
Yeah, because if you don't play e5, this really reminds me of an endgame that Magnus beat Vincent in. It was a light squared bishop against the knight, but this was on the tour last season in some rapid game, and it was also a fractured pawn structure for black, and he couldn't hold things together.
Yeah, it's curious how.
Yeah,
it's curious how Wesley, absolutely one of the soundest technical players on the circuit, could not avoid, transforming this, which does look a bit better for white, but I mean, I would struggle to call it anything else, but ever so slightly a little bit better for white. Like five moves later, they're playing this endgame, which I'm pretty sure you genuinely can lose this with white, with black, and you have to be pretty careful.
I'm pretty sure I'd lose it to Magnus. Yeah. Also, is it a positional threat if white gets time to play a move like g4 to fix this black pawn on h6? I don't really want to allow white maybe two moves to play like king e4 now and g4, and then you're fixed with
exactly.
Pawns
so
on dark
let's say if you
on
go
both
king
flanks.
e7, king d6, and white goes, he's gone e5, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, now g4 stopping h6, h5, and we go h4, h5 next. We fix it on g7. And at that point, I am panicking. I'm legit panicking. I'm so scared. E5 check. Yeah, king e4, king e6. Actually, even here, like king e4, king e6, g4, h4, h5. But then black probably has time enough to bring it over to d6 and play king d5, and that probably you don't lose.
Yeah, even that feels a bit scary, but should be fine. Even these positions, if white kind of swaps off the weakness occasionally, probably not here because there's too few pawns and black has ideas like knight a5, but even if you play a move like f4 sometimes as white, if you can ensure that the black pawns stay on dark squares, then sometimes you get zugzwangs here.
Let's say g4, knight d8. Let's ignore knight a5 for a second.
Yeah,
some position like this, I don't know, knight f7 and then
something.
Some move, king d4 or I absolutely take your point here. You start like hinting at bishop b8 things. These pawn endings after knight d6 need to be calculated because the more active king occasionally wins them. And we already actually had
knight d6.
I think one example in this tournament of a seemingly somewhat symmetrical pawn ending, like 6 against 6 being lost very, very convincingly in the challengers. It was worse than this. Like this one probably is drawn. If we talk about this one probably is drawn, and the one in the challengers, even if it was drawn, it was very, very difficult to hold. But the argument still stands.
Yilmaz Beardson, if I remember. But yeah, I mean, for example, a position like that, if we just go back before bishop takes d6, even if white just drops a move here like bishop g3 or h mid,
exactly.
It's very hard for black to find
here.
moves.
I guess we allow g6, h5, which is something I generally didn't want to allow.
Bishop d6, I don't know. Then
maybe we actually, in general, provoking pawn moves in these endgames is very useful because it burns tempi for your opponent, which could be extremely critical later on when who has the final waiting move very often decides who wins or draws.
Yeah, and who knows this one? We'll let them calculate. After e5, king f5, I guess h5 might be the only move. Because
I think so, yeah.
Time, right?
I really don't like playing anything. In fact, I don't know if I even can play anything else. What else? Exactly. What else do you even play? Yeah?
Knight a5 is the only one that you can consider other than h5. But here it feels like we're still on the ropes. Yeah, maybe g4.
Yeah, no, I'd be terrified of allowing White to continue improving while not doing anything of our own. Yeah, I'd be absolutely terrified.
Yeah, although here maybe g6 and knight takes e3, king e6. I'm not sure. Yeah, we have to count again.
But once again, yeah, like are we sure?
g5 now for black was.
You had
the b5.
You had g5, yeah. Okay, let's start with this then.
a6.
But it actually works out fine for black, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Although
it actually works out fine.
Yeah.
Okay, is he actually planning to do?
Surely not.
Okay, how easy is it for him to actually disappear the entire queen side here?
Swap off White's a pawn somehow.
Because this is very, very sidelined. As long as the bishop is on e3, it really does not have any squares.
Can force it back to a5 next move if we want.
Yeah.
King c4.
But my larger point is, I was kind of wondering if I can just make as much progress as I can on the king side first. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe just like c4, b5, a6.
Just run, yeah.
Yeah. Like king e7, and we just go in, yeah.
Knight b3, maybe.
Yeah, that was what was worrying me, that king a6, knight c5 check does probably hold. And this is why I was planning, it's kind of double-edged, but I was planning to like get the pawn to f5 so that in all of those positions, you're kind of scary. You're more scared with black to run with the king towards the king side, sorry, the queen side, because you might allow a passer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I will watch Magnus do it because, yeah, I would definitely trust him to find the best questions to ask.
Yeah.
In the meantime, elsewhere, Prague didn't take on h4, but his position remains, well, it feels like completely and utterly hopeless. Like something will happen, you know, even d3, d2 is a kind of a difficult to stop threat.
e3,
e3 is a threat of immense proportions, and you still have no counterplay. So yeah, this is one. This is where black is probably winning. Yeah, the agent says it's completely fine for white. You've established some kind of blockade on the b4 square, and not to worry. But it's the engine; it does these things. But
yeah, you could.
I am not sure.
I could certainly imagine this one going wrong for white. Just park a bishop on b7 as black, put a rook on c2, and white's almost stuck in some cases. The a pawn, you can imagine falling off. I really don't like what Erigaisi's done. It feels like it's kind of a lot of risk for zero reward, just keeping those a pawns on the board.
Yeah, maybe we actually were wrong about the amount of risks inherent in this position. If we can't actually get to the a pawn, if it gets to a4, for instance, this one isn't very attractive either. So maybe this is the explanation. Not that he liked a5 so much, but that he could not find a forced draw here.
Nice.
But it feels unlikely, right? What's wrong with this?
E7 maybe, or somehow trapping this knight. Not sure where. Rook b6.
I just rook a5. Rook A5. You actually get it. You get it immediately. Okay.
Maybe. I think we do.
Yeah, then maybe like rook a1, a5, and you don't actually have the a2 square for the second rook.
Yeah.
And if black gets to play bishop b3 and a4, once again, probably a draw, but definitely not a fun one to make.
Knight c6. It feels like I don't really want to put my knight on a5, but yeah, maybe this one, you're right. Maybe this is
yeah, somehow we're kind of failing to make a clean forced draw here.
Knight c2.
Knight c2, but yeah, maybe rook c5 was stronger. But then again, if I have to play rook c5, I immediately start thinking we're not going to lose this with white.
Then white gets time for like
a 5 or h3 or what have you.
Move the rook.
Yep.
a bit of accuracy, maybe, but
yeah. Anyway, all in the past, and yeah, they are currently playing this position, which the engine absolutely does suggest to steal a draw. To definitely my surprise, but what can you say? Prague, I think, has decided not to prolong the suffering too much, has gone g3, to which I think the easiest way to win. Okay, I just tried blundering the
whoops.
rook h8 mate. Probably not the easiest then. Is
there
this
a way?
bad? There's still some stuff to calculate, right? But yeah,
but queen d1.
Queen d1, yeah. Okay.
There's one trap then. But queen f6 at the very least should still win. Just defending the bishop on e7. I don't know.
Hang on, we just do this, right? Probably.
Bishop takes.
Bishop c2 I will take on d1 and on g3.
Yeah,
on g3
rook,
first.
Yeah,
so you have to take
attacking
here.
g3.
I take on d1. You have to take. I take. Take and like just take on h4 here. Right?
Mop up all the pawns. 2 pawns up. H3, f4 dropping.
This also falls. This all everything falls. I think this is the easiest one, and there might be something faster if we are willing to look. But I would be very lazy to look. I don't think. I don't think I could convince myself to look much further.
Yeah, once you see one win, just stick with it. That's the
yeah.
That's the normal. And
king f5, h5 on the board here, and knight c4, a5 on the board here.
Okay, so some.
And this is actually a better version of the trick I was trying to set up, like because queen a5, rook c4 actually works here.
Yeah,
this is exactly the same trick.
Pin.
Yeah, this is exactly the same trick, but it actually works for a change because queen d8, queen a1, you can't take this rook because of the pin. And if you take on c4, black doesn't win because this is like you offer a draw here, but
yeah, easy.
But it's a cute way to make a draw immediately. So what do we have that is not queen takes a5?
Knight takes a5 looks wrong somehow.
Yeah, I
reluctant
don't think
to calculate.
I don't think I want.
A8,
Yeah, like I just do not like.
Yeah,
JPEG.
So let's rule that one out. But if you don't take with either piece, unless somehow g3 is clever and putting the king on g2 to avoid any of those back rankers. And if we have time for that, if we keep advancing, let's say g3. I'll put my king on g2, and then I'll try and gobble on it.
If there are no threats, you absolutely like g3, king g2, because at least we don't have to worry about all of those tactics anymore. a4, I think we can take, right?
Probably.
I think a4 is a safe enough square for us to just take and not have to worry.
Yeah.
I
wonder about something like just rook c5 and rook dc8, just hitting that white knight. Not super stable.
Yep. Agreed.
Feels like he's close to a draw somehow, Rapport.
Yeah.
White isn't just isn't organized enough.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
What would you do here? Would you try and fish around? Vincent has 12 minutes. Would you fish around for something more until you have 2-3 minutes left and still 7 moves to make the time control, or would you just play queen takes a5 and?
No, I mean queen a5 is a draw offer. I don't think I actually offer a draw here. It doesn't feel like a position in which we are running any kinds of risks. I think we can pretty much always find a way to bail out in exactly the same fashion. So no real reason for us to do it just here. But yeah, also doesn't feel like we're winning. So it's a weird one.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll see something like g3 or bishop e2, and there's game goes on, but most likely a draw.
Yeah, and there's a nice little troll there in chat. News says, Lasker, once you find a good move, look for a better one. Svidler, once you find a good move, why think anymore? But I was talking specifically, like I understand, and it's sig burn bra. But I was making a very specific point about finding something that wins 100 times out of 100 and then not searching for anything better.
Yeah.
Like if you find something which guarantees you the win, and I understand I'm replying with a serious point to something which was a troll, but but still, like, want to defend the good name of my punditry a little bit.
Giving the trolls airtime, Peter. That's the slippery slope.
No, but these are homegrown trolls. Yeah. They are allowed.
And The Erigaisi Gukesh game, there was a little tactic there.
Yeah.
A moment ago, just allowing bishop takes h3, but knight g5 was holding on.
Rook cf5 here, g3, rook f7, very important. Black definitely wants to trade this one off and keep this one, which does very, very little. And white says no, and does throw out that little bit of a bait, which loses material. Obviously, Gukesh not interested. Do we want to try for g4 f5, or do we?
Yeah, I was wondering too. I was kind of attracted to g4 just purely so the white king can step forward, not necessarily to play f5 in its own right. Because otherwise the white king might be in some trouble.
He plays it, yeah.
He's played g4. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, I think it's very sound. And I think this is why the engine really is not very impressed with black, because you will find it not very easy to shake this particular blockade. The king on g8 is sort of uncovered enough for you to pretty much always with black have this some counterplay. And yeah, seems okay, I guess.
How about if I go really kind of caveman style, rook c1 check, and if you move your king, I'll play rook a1.
This is very relevant.
Because if you don't move your king, if you respond by blocking with a rook, first of all, I might be able to force it with like rook c3. Secondly, trading one set of rooks, like you said earlier, and
and then
c5.
Run with the king towards c5.
Looks terrifying now.
This looks very, very iffy. Yeah, he's going to rook c2, which is a kind of an interesting take on the same thing, where like you have this in your back pocket, but you also are hinting at like bishop b7 followed by rook d8, and perhaps you can even, in some cases, develop an attack against the king on g1.
Yeah, my move was caveman. His move is like a sophisticated, educated man, rook c2. Nice. But yeah, the same question for white. How do you react? This is still really not what you want to see.
Yeah, and a bit of an update on what Magnus and Wesley has done. After h5, Magnus played bishop d2, which is an interesting option. Just trying to get this bishop over to c3 to pin the knight to the c6 square. But there is a drawback, which is being demonstrated by by Wesley right now. So if you do that, the bishop does get to c3, but very, very importantly, Wesley will now get the pawn to b5. Yeah. And I think once he gets the pawn to b5, he just kind of never loses. b5 played after f3. And you can pass on these two squares. Like the knight has no squares. But even if you ignore the idea of b4 followed by knight a5, getting the entire queen side of the board, just keeping the king on e6 and d6 should be, although like we take, we go b4, right? King d6.
Yeah. Now
we go g3, I think.
G3, okay.
King e6, g4.
Oh, okay. This is again
because I want to have access to the f5 square. If you play king d6 here, I go gf, gf, king f. But I just don't win this race, though.
Yeah,
we just never win this race with white. Is the issue? Black is not worse.
Don't think you're even close to winning this race.
Yeah. I don't think we're worse with black. Yeah, looks like Wesley will end up holding very comfortably. I also want to work out what Prague is intending to do here, because he's played rook takes d8. I mean, I assume c1 is winning, but also rook takes g3 looks like it might be giving mate. So I'm kind of really curious.
But this rook h8 check.
Why am I blanking on squares so hard? Like so hard. Like it's just, I thought I still had 0 checks somehow. So is c1 winning, or?
You didn't calculate that. He's played like the 100 out of 100 type of move, bishop d8.
Yeah, once again, you're just removing the one active piece. GH c1 still simplifies into the same endgame that we were discussing earlier.
And bishop g8, I'm assuming there's plenty of ways. Maybe queen takes h3 is the prettiest.
That's a check.
Oh wait, it's now I'm blanking.
No, I think the cutest is queen e7. I think the cutest is queen e7, rook e7, bishop e7, queen c1, bishop a3, and we just promote with check.
Yeah, that's very cute.
That probably is the The
Always look for checks. Whoops.
yeah.
Yeah. Bishop G8, I guess you can maybe just play Bishop C7.
Bishop C7 probably also, yeah, just a very, very kind of a. But I guess here you sort of continue with white, at least for a bit, right? Because black is
Bishop is
somewhat stalemated, but I guess King H5 takes H4 solves that problem. You still win. Yeah, I think you're right. You still win.
King H5, you can threaten to take on F4 as well.
But yeah, but I think Queen E7 is just
resistible.
Those are the style points on offer here, so you take them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one multiple ways, but at least Bishop G8 asks one final question. Maybe everything else looks.
Yeah, I mean, if you go GH C1, you're saving. Although there's still Bishop G8 in the end there. Hang on, how clear is that?
This must be winning.
I mean, the position is winning. We know that. The question is just how do you win it the cleanest? Yeah, GH.
Okay, he's gone for this. Yeah, actually, it's not kind of automatic. I mean, even if you take on H4, Bishop G8, G5 should.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. You feel a slight thing of regret because you are not winning the pawn F4. It's like you're trading it instead of winning it, which is. It feels like you're not doing the position any justice, but it is completely winning anyway.
Only 3 pawns up.
Yeah.
Poor brag. Meanwhile, Parham choosing how to win this. The other games, the queen.
Yeah, it's also move 41, so he doesn't even have to decide immediately. Like he can go for a breather and reevaluate.
Yeah,
we do know that it like the interesting question here to discuss would be, is this winning?
Yeah. Feels again like it should be somehow. But why does
I guess we pick up like Bishop A5 wins this guy. I think it is winning probably, because Bishop A5 just immediately wins the H4 pawn.
Yeah.
King F2, Bishop D2, and once the H4 pawn gets off the board, we push G5, and we have 3 passers against 1, which is very, very comfortably winning. Obviously, white will not take on C7. White will play Rook A8, and the game will have to continue. But I just wanted to discuss a theoretical endgame there for a second.
Yeah, just too many weaknesses and 2 pawns down. The queens are off in the game between Vincent and Rucci.
But the pawn survived.
The pawn survived, yeah.
Which I think should mean reasonable safety for black, because I think I'm not even sure white has any particularly efficient ways of winning it long term.
Yeah.
But even if you do win it, you will definitely win it only by trading the rooks. Like there is no way black can't force you to take on A5 with the rook eventually by creating threats of pins or whichever other way you want to choose. Wesley has done something mildly curious. Magnus didn't go AB5, and Wesley has gone B4 here. I guess his point being that in this position he will just go knight A5 or knight D4, whichever one you choose, I guess. Yeah.
Is that so easy?
I don't know.
You want to go back? If white starts with firstly F4, am I trapping your knight? No, probably not. Don't know. Probably just EF, GF, and A5.
But
question mark. Knight C5 checks my idea, and if you go long, then can I get out via D2 now?
Yeah, I mean you do get it. You do get out, but you kind of get me closer. But H3 is now also terminally weak.
He's gone for this. Yeah.
Yeah, we're approaching all of this very, very quickly. So what waiting moves does white have? You can play A5 as well, which is I understand kind of an unattractive choice, but it's a choice.
Yeah, and we should mention it's 3 moves to the time control, but Magnus only has 1 minute. So, it's not easy to pose difficult questions, even if there was a way with 1 minute left.
One thing we probably don't want is to allow this knight a very easy way out via the D4 square.
Yeah.
Although, let's say we go, I don't know, G4. You play knight D4, actually put it back on But black always has knight b3 here now as a source of additional counterplay. Have I blundered f4? I mean, I know I have, but the question is, does it change anything or not?
And if I take g4 now, take knight c6, feels like you're running out of pawns.
Yeah, like I'm making progress, but I'm also very much running out of pawns. Yeah, like
also the
now even knight d4 is a draw.
Yeah.
Hang on, bishop d6.
If I go back the other way, can you stop like king d7 or king f7? No. Actually, no. King d7.
Like I'm going to be able to lose tempo on demand here, I think.
Yeah, I can never somehow give myself up for your f pawn.
Okay. A5 played.
A5.
Yeah, now the knight does escape, and we don't have a pawn on g4 yet, so you can definitely go knight g4 here. You're really not worried about this version of the same. Without f5 check, this never really does anything at all. So what's the intention after knight g4?
I guess bishop c3, going back to a similar idea.
And now some g4.
G4. Yeah. I guess we can't lose time now with white's bishop as much, but
yeah. No, but this is actually exactly how we want
it.
Because,
yeah. This could be.
I think the issue is it's still a draw. I think my biggest issue is like king f5, knight d4 check probably ends up still being a draw. Although you have to count that stupid. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the king and pawn endgame?
Yeah. Whoops.
King e4.
Yeah. But black is actually first. Like if anyone loses this, it's not black.
It's white. Yeah.
Yeah, it's white. So.
Actually, white I think is lost, right?
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, maybe just straight up lost. Yeah, because check from behind in the end.
So
one sleek win.
If we can't take on d4, it's always going to be a draw.
Yeah. But also, do you have anything smarter? Like if you don't play knight d4 here, what's the proposed improvement? And as an additional counterpoint, like isn't this just an immediate draw?
Yeah.
So I guess knight d4 we don't actually play bishop c3. Maybe we play
g4
for now. Yeah.
You wait for me to decide. But again, knight b3. Do you have anything clever there?
No. Very confidently predicting the answer is no.
I mean, at this point, it feels like a draw because pawns are disappearing and black.
Having said all that,
yeah, this one.
Yeah. Like, I understand it's a draw, but...
It must be. Knight d4.
Yeah,
surely I can give myself up for your h1. Knight check and knight g1.
Yeah, just knight g1 and a knight f3, and we go into the corner.
And the work to be done there.
And this is the famous endgame, which led to the longest world championship game in history until that game 6, I think, right?
So that was previously Magnus against Anand? Or?
No, I think it was this Karpov-Korchnoi game where they played a5 against a6 and the dark square bishop and the black king not in the corner.
Okay.
I think that one was 124 moves.
Okay.
Then I think it was very easily beaten by that absolutely mammoth game in Dubai.
That was 136 around there. Oof. This one surely won't go as long unless Magnus can somehow trick Wesley's king away. But
yeah, apparently Korchnoi missed a mate in 2 in that game. This I did not know. That this is not part of the legend I was taught. But yeah, bishop c3 played. Yeah, I guess Magnus just will repeat once because after knight b3 you can't allow knight c5 check. You start feeling like maybe black is making a bit more progress than you are. So I'm pretty sure after knight b3 he goes back to b4, waits for knight d4. It's move 40, and then he can consider whether he feels he has anything at all.
Yeah, you're right. Knight b3 instantly played by Wesley, and we're going back there. Okay, so some stuff changing. Eric, how about Eric Geisy, Gukesh? One set of rooks are off the board. In that one, have we reached move 40?
38 for now.
Not yet.
38 for now. I don't know. It still feels like white should be okay, but you have to choose your poison here a little bit, right? Because, but I think you choose it quite easily in that you don't really want the rooks off, even if it's a draw. Like I'm playing king g3 here. I'm absolutely not worried at all about rook a2 because I think once I activate, like you can actually maybe start playing for a win here with white. When it gets to c7, I don't really care about the a5 pawn in the slightest. So the question for me would be, do I have a good reply to b4?
Can we hit that pawn somehow?
Rook b3 forces rook c4, but
yeah,
what's the follow-up?
Yeah, I was wondering about knight e5 there, but
yeah, I think it might be playable. Just go king f4 here.
Oh yeah, also here.
Yeah, just like looks fine. It does look at this point that
he's active enough.
Yeah, he's definitely active enough to not have to worry over much. King g3 chosen, yeah, not unexpectedly. This is still being pushed around in Keimer's game against Rapport. And this is actually giving me slightly weird flashbacks because the very last live Wijk coverage that I've done from Hamburg with Gusti was the famous tournament in which, unbeknownst to all of us, Vladimir Kramnik has already retired in his head.
Okay.
And he was playing his very, very last ever classical tournament, which we didn't know. And the result of that decision in his mind was that he was basically entirely unwilling to end games of chess while there was still a game of chess to be played, which meant that we would every day cover 7 hours of Kramnik chess, regardless of including some games where like he would just flat out refuse to take immediate draws to play very poor positions with zero winning chances, just so that the game wouldn't end. And looking at the 4 remaining positions on the boards today,
you feel that way?
I feel it's extremely likely that we're going to be watching a Keimer game go 7.5 hours again, when everything else finishes like within the next 20 minutes. And so, Vincent, I mean, those are kind of very respectable shoes to try to fill, you know.
Peter, they have the same initials as well. VK. It's
yeah. It was all destined, yeah. Destiny is all, as
exactly.
Yeah, destiny is all.
Wow. And you're right. Actually, of the remaining games, that looks like it has by far the most potential to drift on and on and on. The others, Prague is going down, Magnus most likely to draw. And
Parham is just searching for a way to end it immediately. And I think Rook C2 check does a good enough job because, like, wherever it goes, I suspect E3 just wins material. Like, I think I can do this in pretty much every single position.
Yeah.
Just give this one up, play King H5, and like if you play Rook, hang on, because Bishop G4, Bishop takes E2. But this is, hang on, do we need to be careful here? I think we do because there's Rook B1 in the end, but we still win. Yeah, we still win.
Must still be winning.
Because we have Rook E1 check. It's very specifically because we have Rook E1 check in this position.
Oh, this is calculation though.
It's slightly touch and go, but it also is, straight as an arrow.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing in that line that forks or branches out at any point. Like it's entirely forced, the whole thing. We create a threat of E2. We create a threat of E1 with check. Once again, the threat is still there. It's still there. And now, if you don't attack the B5 pawn, black wins very, very cleanly. And we get to the end, and the B pawn just queens.
Yeah, that's nice, actually. That's a nice example of how players should be practicing their calculation.
Feels like... feels like it's safe enough,
He might find a safer way. There's plenty of other moves, of course.
I mean, there's definitely other options. I assume King G7 wins very comfortably as well. Like you don't actually have to invest any energy into this, but ending the game straight away does have some value.
Yeah, even moves that kind of blunder away the F1.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say that it's even easier to provoke the king forward and then go E2. But this is how you actually make it into a game, maybe. Although Rook G1 still wins, Rook G1 still wins, unfortunately for white, but kind of funny.
Oh, that's close.
Kind of funny.
Yeah, so we might be seeing the final stages of that game. Vincent, the new Kramnik, he's Tried something. He's played e4.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
What if I take?
Yeah. I don't really want to calculate it, but I like the idea that you wreck the pawns.
Yeah, but like, what is the idea? I want to play rook b4 next move. Like, if you move the knight away somewhere, I will start actually making significant progress on the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit confused by this one, and it came on move 40.
Oh, okay. Then I revise my opinion. That's risky.
Yeah.
He did have a few minutes when
he did have some time to think about it, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because I just don't understand why it cannot be quite comfortably taken. And
making me think, Peter.
It's not that we changed the evaluation from winning to draw. I think it was pretty much always a draw, but I think maybe now it's become easier to make because I don't think anyone really goes anywhere from here.
Yeah, for example, if I play like bishop e2 and you'll go rook b4 anyway.
Yeah, I think this is another improvement that we made to our position because now I probably have a forced draw with rook b2.
Yeah.
Threatening e3, and if you go king f1, I have this perpetual. Yeah, I think this one, specifically now that f4 has been played onto the board, we might not see a repeat of the 7-hour Vincent game.
3 in a row, that would be hard on him. Wow, some chaotic games still in the challenges.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the challenges. There's been a bunch of results there, so let's actually take a look at the whole round. Donchenko has beaten Tabatabai in that hanging pawns position. After a4, Tabatabai played knight e4. They did get the classical hanging pawns. White did push a5. And then Tabatabai allowed c4, c5 here. It feels like maybe this probably could have been avoided, but maybe he underappreciated just how bad this will be. Because it looks like d4 pawn is vulnerable, but white always has those types of tactics, so it cannot be captured. He played rook b8. Maybe this is what he was counting on. And then Donchenko found a very nice tactic here. He went d takes c5, and then not a6 or anything like a6, but queen b5 first. Knight takes b7, a6.
Very nice.
And in the end, that pawn just survived on b7. And obviously, when that pawn on b7 survives, there's really not very much hope left for black. And this is a very important victory because Pehach did draw his game against Mustafa Yilmaz very, very calmly. So Donchenko is in the sole lead of the tournament. He's on +5. Yilmaz is on +4. He could have been joined by Sindarov, but Sindarov, I think, drew. Somebody had a very good position in the... Oh, no, that one was always very level. Hang on. Yeah, that one was... Yeah, the last time I saw it was some kind of an endgame like this, which never really looked like producing a winner and didn't. Although, as you can see from the final position, it did get a bit messy with the white pawn actually reaching a7.
Yeah, I think they both calculated that one quite well in advance.
Far in advance. Let me just briefly check if maybe the engine throws up. No, I mean, the biggest deviation from the zeros apparently was like 0.13 on my screen. It's very difficult for us to provide commentary on something we didn't watch, so I'm kind of breezing through it. Other games that finished are, Elena Roberts. You did get the feeling she wasn't really going to go well with this approach from the opening, and after cd5, 95, rook c1, white is a pawn up, and also white is now the side attacking the opponent's king, and some nice tactics there by Shupi, which ended up winning the game for him. And we have some games still running. An absolute mess here.
That's expected between these two fighters.
What is this? Like, what's going on?
All I know is there's a checkmate threat on the board. Beyond that, it's like...
No, but like I'm trying to figure out why bishop takes d6 isn't just winning a piece. And sort of failing.
Something to do with queen e6?
Yeah, but a6 is protected, right?
Yeah, and then I want to go back via g4 into g7.
G4, g7. Whoa.
It's a mating net, I guess, around the
stunningly beautiful, if it's true. It actually, let's actually take a look at this one because it looks like maybe the most interesting game of the round. Ivic decided not to play 93 here. He played e5. This allows him to put the bishop on f8 and not h8, which we were very worried about because on h8 it will be completely out of the game.
Yeah.
And then the rook came to f3. White introduced a pawn break on the side where you would assume black is really the only side playing. Yeah, this is an incredibly exciting game. I have no idea what's going on. b3.
Really looks like a Grunfeld, I've got to say.
Yeah, it looks like a kind of a strange Grunfeld, which probably has gone slightly awry. But the presence of this idiot on g3 maybe makes it somewhat playable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why is knight b2 forced? I don't understand anything. Like I'm
Positional chess.
Yeah, I'm completely giving up on most of these decisions, but the end result is we got here, and move 40 was bishop d6, which has just been replied with rook takes to with rook takes d7 on, I'm guessing, 20 seconds.
Yeah, it looks that way.
So how do we get to g7 now?
Now it's trickier. Queen e6 doesn't look like it works anymore. Just rook takes d6, and it's not even checkmate if we get to g7. I wonder whether we can plant a knight on f5. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, maybe we just do this, right, and claim that queen e6 will come eventually. Like you probably need to include rook f3 gf. This looks. Let's simplify our life a little bit by including this.
I assume gf, but maybe not gf. I'm not sure.
Maybe even queen e6 immediately. Actually, yeah. Why not give mate if while the giving is good? Yeah.
Who needs rooks and who needs minor pieces?
Yeah.
This looks scary, at least for black.
Whoa. Yeah, this looks very, very threatening. Okay.
Why the world? Did you see something in chat? Oh, sorry. You went.
No, the vow was about the position. No, I did reply to something in chat, but that wasn't very worthy of a vow. The vow was very much about this position.
I'm struggling to even count here. Like after all these captures,
I want to try to include rook takes d6, but I still don't understand what's going on. Let's say
rook d6 or bishop or knight d6.
Rook c1. Yeah.
Knight d6 actually threatens mate, so it doesn't knight d6.
Oh yeah, the knight d6 just wins here because queen f7 is a threat. So rook d6 is completely unplayable. What is playable, man? What moves do you even have? Is bishop takes e4 move?
Wow, if that's the best.
Yeah, just to put more things on freeze. But yeah, it looks like this shouldn't hold.
Yeah, queen f6 looks deadly.
Yeah, like you don't resign immediately, but you resign shortly thereafter. No?
Rook d6 though? Do we resign at all? Maybe it's just
do we resign at all? Maybe we win. Yeah, I don't know. Hang on. So bishop e4.
Whoa.
Immediate queen e6 also exists, just to put this out there.
Confuse us further.
Yeah.
It's looking at ideas like 97 or something just to try and get in with the queen, but I'm not sure it works. Queen e6.
Yeah, let's go.
What? Yeah, let's try.
Do we want to trade or do we don't? Because I think they are very similar positions. I'm still playing this as a reply. So we can have this either this way or with the trade already on the board. Okay.
Yeah,
we keep on missing queen e8 mate. Thank you, chat. Yeah, that's kind of relevant.
We saw one earlier, but that was enough for us.
Yeah. That is thank you, chat. Yeah, there's like a bunch of people somewhat incredulously explaining to us that mate in one is a strong move. Yeah,
we're just really wanting to win a pawn on f6,
which is a fair point. Fair point, and we take it gratefully. Okay, so then our current thinking is that knight e5 is incredibly strong.
It looks quite natural as well. Just kind of preparing queen e6. Now he's got a bunch of time on move 41 that can't hurt.
Yeah.
I wonder what black's best defense is, because actually now I see the evaluation bar. It is in white's favor.
Rook c4, but yeah, I mean white will find something to play against this, right?
You would think so.
Yeah, like rook fd3 or something.
Actually, yeah, that's
rook fd3 looks extremely painful. Yeah,
nice and efficient.
Yeah, bishop takes c4. Well, no, I'm not even kidding. Like
knight takes e4 maybe.
Yeah, rook d3.
Rook d3.
Check.
king h2 and queen e6 at the end, or knight f6 at the end.
Knight
Not
f6.
sure. No, knight f6, queen f5, maybe.
Queen g8, king e7. Yeah. So queen
Yeah.
e6. But what's
Queen
the
e6.
threat?
I have no idea what the threat is. I'm
Is
just
there,
hoping
is
there's
there
something.
is there enough of a threat here for me to panic? Like, can I take? Am I blundering mate in one again? I don't think I am. I don't think I'm blundering mate in one again. But then we go after this with checks, and then we promote the the h pawn here. Yeah, this is rook b3 is the only winning move after rook c4.
Rook b3. No
With
chance.
those ideas, I guess.
No chance. And
No
I guess
chance.
b7 is
like
hanging.
Zero. Like you just don't like. It gets in the way. It's like the Novotny crossing or something. I guess it's legit unplayable, I think.
Yeah, I think a beginner would have more chance of finding out that move than any of any expert, like rook b3. It just looks so counterintuitive.
No, I don't think it's playable.
Yeah,
I legitimately don't think it's playable.
maybe
Because
if you're told it's a puzzle. But
yeah, the issue with it is you will never consider it.
Yeah. No
your
chance.
your brain will refuse to process closing down the queen on a2.
Literally every idea revolves around queen e6, and then we want to block it.
Yeah, like and I guess the point is bishop takes e6, rook takes b7 now wins. I'm pretty sure this is the point. Which I can sort of believe, but
although rook b7, what's
rook d6 simply, I think.
rook d6,
And we land something.
Yeah, it's gonna
something will land,
yeah.
Something will land.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the issue is if you show this position to Bertsen and ask him to find refutations of every single move black makes here, that he will do.
Yeah.
But he will just never consider rook b3.
Yeah, I don't think either of us would, right, Peter?
And that's exactly. I'm not trying to, once again, this is not me criticizing specifically Thomas's chess skills. It's just not a move you see. Your vision just doesn't go there.
Wow, this is beautiful stuff, I've got to say, this game.
Oh, yeah, this is fantastic. And in the meantime, there are two kind of dry end games going on. Adiban is pushing against Mishra in this Najdorf, which ended up being an endgame, which, I mean, I assume it's a draw with the bishop against knight on two flanks, but you still have to work for it. You can very much still lose it with black.
You can see this going wrong still, if the knight lands on c4 somehow.
Yeah, if white manages to attack the a5 pawn, it's gone. It's just kind of gone. You have to be quite precise. And Vaishali is playing against Irvin. Weird structure, but actually equal material. White's rooks are definitely a bit more active than black's, but I don't know what we are supposed to be attacking. And the moment the rook decomes from c6, black plays c7, c5, and everything immediately looks a lot more harmonious.
Yeah.
So
King f4 is always met by rook takes g2. That's
yeah, it looks like it's going to be very difficult for either side to make much progress.
Meanwhile, Peter, we do see that Vincent and Richie have a draw in their game. So no 7-hour grind for
very much
Vincent
breaking
today.
news, yeah. And Vincent just played h4 and offered a draw here. I think he realized d4 was probably... I still hesitate to call it a mistake because the evaluation, like the drop in the evaluation here is like 0.30.
Yeah.
It's not like we've ruined a very, very clear-cut winning chance or anything like that. But now after fe4, Wijk legitimately has no plan because if you try to move the knight, rook b4 is very strong. And also, like if you try something like king h2, bishop g2, you immediately run into similar rook b4 issues.
Yeah.
So yeah, he just basically denied himself any way forward by allowing fe, and h4 is just offering a draw here is a very okay thing to do. So we only have 3 games running in the Masters, where very much a draw for is on the table for Magnus. He can go bishop c3 and repeat, or he can try finding something in this very, very limited endgame. Parham did not play e3.
He might get another chance, though.
He played bishop f6. Let me just check. Are we missing something? Was it not winning?
Probably was. Maybe he was just
was
playing
there anything wrong with that calculation? e3? e3, draw. Bishop f5, e2, rook g6, king h5, rook e6.
Rook. And wait, the rook on c2 was hanging and bishop g4 is mate.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Throws everything away.
I mean, I'm actually pretty sure he saw that.
Yeah. This is why you don't play e3.
Yeah.
This is exactly why you don't play e3. That you spot this entire line and you realize it's not winning and you go anywhere else. So bishop f6 chosen, bishop d7 by Prague, and
so e3 now I assume is met by bishop takes b5.
Bishop takes b5, yeah.
Slightly tricky, at least temporarily. It should still be winning.
No, this is a nice defense by Prague, but well, I think the simplest is just to play king g7, bishop b5, bishop d4, because it denies the check from a7, and then we just go and collect. And I assume if you play bishop e8 now with the king on a very safe square, we can actually go e3, e2, and give a check and queen.
No checkmates anymore.
But very nice trap found by Prague and spotted by Parham as well.
Yeah,
rook e6 is very missable because you think, okay, now I'll just go rook c1, e1 and win a full rook, but this is a bit of a threat.
Whoops.
And in one last position of the round, we have this endgame between Gukesh and Arjun, which, I think Arjun now does not lose.
Yeah. I'm assuming black wants to run. Well, you can't run the king into the center. 95 maybe.
Rook c5, I thought.
Like
93,
rook c3. Then we have to calculate a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing is, even this might be a draw, right?
Should be. Unless black's bishop can go munching some pawns while we chase the c-pawn. Must be a draw.
Yeah, this must be a draw. Like I will be a pawn up in a moment, and I mean, black never loses.
King d5, take, king e4. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, black runs zero risks as well, but this has to be
e4. Maybe. King e4, maybe.
King e4, I thought maybe I can
check knight e6.
Knight c5, e6,
yeah. No, this is...
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's fine, and 95 isn't even necessarily forced because I think
e3
probably
anyway.
king e3, preparing to meet it with 92 and then take with the knight is also probably completely fine.
Yeah.
I think it's just fine. And Magnus does continue, as expected. Magnus generally continues whenever there's any continuing to be had at all.
And here, what were we saying is the most efficient draw? We thought we'd found a way.
We didn't have this particular one. We had the same one with the pawns on b5 and b4, and then you could just like initiate. Like in this position with the pawns here and here, we were just allowing white to go king f5 and going after the b4 pawn. I think giving up on a5 is a bit... Sorry, I mean, aiming for the a5 pawn is a bit slower.
But maybe black tries the same in that position. After g4, firstly, there's knight b3 still. But even if we kind of give white everything they want and play knight c6, bishop c3, and it's still a race, right? In some ways, king d6.
So takes king f5, king d5, king g5. But we can do this even, This is also a very safe draw, I assume. Also kind of borderline unlosable.
Yeah, even knight d4 previous move, maybe, just to lock it down.
Oh yeah, we also had that actually. We discussed that. Yeah, so plenty of options for Wesley to do it in a number of ways. Yeah, I think considering that we've described, I think, most likely outcomes in every single position, apart from Bertz and Ivic, which knight f5 has been played, I think rook c4 is by far the best chance in reply. And then it becomes a bit of a lottery as to what happens, because like if that's the only winning move, we could see anything really from that position outwards. But I do want to take the somewhat hot micily announced break, although we don't actually have to do it that way, because Doggo appears to be he is a bit subdued today, and he's not really demanding a walk. So I'm still very much in favor of taking a break here because we have reached the time control. But it probably will be just a normal timed break, and not an emergency one I was worried about.
Yeah, let's do that, Peter, and you can have a chat with Joyce and update us.
Ask him how he feels about things. Yeah. See you on the other side.
Yep. See you soon, everyone.
I know it's wrong, but I don't care. The fire is strong, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care.
Hello and welcome to the graveyard shift of the round 11 of the Wijk tournament 2023. One more game has actually finished during the break, and that's the game between the two Indian youngsters. Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh drew their game. We left it here, and instead of king e7, which I assume was still fine, Gukesh played bishop d7, which allowed White to make an immediate draw with 92, which actually may have been a threat. Perhaps because after rook d4, king e3, you suddenly run out of squares. And it just picks up this pawn for nothing. But Gukesh, of course, did not blunder it. He played bishop a4, rook b1, rook c2, and now a very accurate move, king e1, making sure that the b pawn cannot be protected. b3, knight b3, and they agree to draw here because after rook a2, the a5 pawn falls, and there's really not very much left to play for. Meaning that we only have two games running in the Masters. Let's start with the more relevant one in terms of the fight for the top places. Do we think Magnus ever has anything here?
It's hard to believe, Peter. I think all of those ideas that we showed a bit earlier with Black, at the very least, giving up the knight for all of White's kingside pawns, then running to a8 with his king, I think that's going to be relevant at some point. Unless Wesley really does kind of lose control, hallucinate, or maybe gets knight trapped behind enemy lines, then yeah, it's hard to foresee anything going.
And it's very interesting because, and I'm sort of not giggling exactly, but the engine currently makes an immediate draw with knight g3 check, which is really, and I assume the point is if you play king d3, I assume this is somehow a draw.
And king e5.
King f4, e5, and I guess maybe even this. But like you would never ever do that, right? That feels extremely inhuman.
Yeah, firstly, you played, well, you look at knight g3, you see you get your knight trapped and you just stop looking. But even if he finds his way to this position, it still looks a bit scary, king e4.
Yeah, you understand that this is a draw. This much is very much understood, that with the one remaining white pawn being the a pawn, this is the wrong bishop to win. So that is a draw. But like this, trying to combine the idea of perhaps queening the e pawn for nothing. No, actually knight g7.
But bishop takes. Yeah, I had the same thought immediately. I was wanting to.
Yeah, I think this is extremely scary. The other slightly unusual move here that you can make, which is completely fine, I think, is knight e2, bishop d2. You can provoke h4. I don't think this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Just fix it on a square where perhaps in some positions you will be able to attack it. This one I don't hate at all.
Passing the move back to white kind of makes some sense as well. Yeah, this looks logical. But as we showed earlier, even if he goes back to d4, and
I think this is the one he didn't. Although, this is still a draw somehow.
Knight b3,
maybe even knight b3. Yeah.
Just a force f5. Or at least ask you to play f5, and then surely this is a draw.
Yeah, this very much is, because we will just give this check and then go back to b3 and threaten everything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And after knight g3, apparently, after king d3, the idea is to play king d5 and then e4.
This is more fun.
And it cannot be stopped for whatever reason, like bishop e1. I would be so scared anyway. Like, why are we allowing any of this?
It's got to be something weird here.
Yeah, like it's got. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe. Oh, sorry, Peter. I got overexcited. Maybe it's something to do with last move hg4. Sorry, before e4 check. Oh wait, actually wait. No, now you can take my knight.
Yeah, I don't really want to start calculating knight down positions.
I was going to say e4, king e3. If I could somehow take off one set of pawns on g4 there, then just knight f5 ideas and eliminate. But it doesn't quite work. Or maybe knight f1 ideas. This is odd, I've got to say.
Yeah, it is. It is fairly strange. And in the meantime, in Parham's game against Prague, Parham is taking it a bit slower than you would have anticipated, but he will still win. And now the point is bishop e8 does actually lose to e3 because with the king on h7 there will never be any mating threats, and this pretty much always costs white a full rook with the decisive advantage for Parham. And then if you have to start actively preventing e3, e2, you just lose the pawn on f4, and black wins very, very comfortably with 3 pushing.
Yeah, it's a bit sad with that king on h1. There's just never any way to cause any confusion, at least.
Yeah.
And there are those games in the challenges, especially the exciting one we mentioned. But this one, they will stop to think for a long time because it is
absolutely. Yeah, I'm a bit
complex.
I mean, having watched Ivic play the later part of the game yesterday, I'm a bit surprised Rook isn't on c4 yet, honestly, because I think the way he played yesterday, he is very much in the sort of see what sticks mood. Today he hasn't really been playing like that, but it's been a very, very difficult game, and calculations will only will continue being extremely difficult. And I think once you see this move, it immediately looks a lot more attractive than anything that allows queen e6.
Yeah.
But will not criticize a player thinking in this position. You should actually be thinking, but he did play extremely quickly, sort of, I think, way past it being reasonable. Yesterday, he made a bunch of decisions, maybe even during the third time control, where had he actually stopped to think for 3 seconds, he wouldn't have lost the game.
Yeah, he would have made at least a draw. And
people are asking for us to take a look at the Adiban endgame and saying that instead of b3, king e3 was winning, and it wasn't played. I think the issue there, Cyan, is I guess you don't immediately understand what the difference is, but so king e7, he could have played king e3, king. Yeah, like it actually is a bit odd, not to play this when this is an option that presents to you.
Yeah, suddenly black is kind of in semi-zugzwang. You don't really want to touch anything.
If the bishop goes somewhere, knight b3 becomes at least a thing you might very carefully calculate. Yeah, I mean, now that I've looked at this, it is a very valid question. You really have to wonder, because you can play b3 later. It's not like b3 is being taken away from us. So they got here, and this is move 41.
It's the dreaded move 41, Peter, where people always seem to slip up.
Let me take a. He spent 9 minutes on it. It's not like he blitzed it out to make sure it's 41.
There's always 2 reasons why move 41 is a mistake, right? It's either that players rush to kind of ensure they've made move 40 and avoid losing on time, or they kind of take a break and can't refocus, maybe kind of lose a little bit of focus at least by the time they get back.
Yeah, but that is legitimately a very odd choice, because I think this is something that would be sort of very much drummed into you, centralizing the king in endgames. And I guess the big difference is, and this is what I think Mishra is demonstrating now, he's played bishop b4, and after king e3, he will actually play king d5.
Yeah.
And you're not getting it to d4. Knight f4 check, king e5, you can't really do very much about this setup. And that means that black managed to generate this counterplay against the pawn on c2, meaning that you're not really making very much progress at all. This is a very odd decision.
Yeah, very important bishop b4 from Mishra. Maybe that's something that Adiban underestimated.
Yeah, I think that's true, but still.
Yeah, I guess he was also trying to get his knight round to c4 somehow via d3, b2, c4, and he just, hence played b3, but like you say, too slow.
Yeah, but that's where the point about it never really getting anywhere. Like you can't really lose a chance to play b3. Like if you do this, all of those plans will still be very much in evidence. There's no counterplay against the pawn on h2. Perhaps you can be worried about some bishop f3, bishop d1 play, but we'll find a way to deal with it. Like in particular, I kind of like maybe king c4, king b5 ideas. You just need to be precise with them. But
also knight b3.
Knight b3, I think it goes
c6,
back, right? Yeah, that would be. But that probably is also winning. Like even we generally don't like pawns coming off, but the bishop on b5 is so awkward.
Knight c4, round to d3.
And now actually this plan will just win material most likely.
Knight e5 check last
move. But of course.
Yeah.
I'm being stupid. Yeah, just get it to d3, win game. Yeah, very uncharacteristic mistake. Not because the win was so obvious, but because it's a situation where the best move and the most obvious move and the most natural move are all the same move.
Yeah.
And
if this had been move 40, actually, if he had, for example, 30 seconds on his clock, he'd most likely play king e3 and
he probably plays king e3. Yeah. So it looks like he just like very badly overthought things here without really any need for that. And once again, it's not obvious that this is a draw. But I think it is pretty obvious this is a huge improvement compared to the positions we were discussing. I know it's a draw because once again this is past move 40 and I'm very brain dead, so I'm asking the engine. But
here it makes sense. White's going to have to go very passive to defend c2 with his king on d2 if he wants to make any progress. So it's kind of So if you ever play king d2, king d4,
the engine does something like this, brings the knight over to e2, and I don't know how important it is to play bishop d5 here, but it also plays bishop d5 here to make even the playing of the move c3 to make it as awkward as possible. You can still play c4, but my question here would be: is it possible that black just ignores it as well, just goes bishop b4 here and stands like this?
Yeah, why not? White's king and knight.
Yeah, just king e3, knight d4. I'd be worried, but it's possible that this somehow holds. Like, I don't know, we go bishop h7, knight d4, king d6, we put the king on c5. And we always have this extremely annoying bishop c2 counterplay that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate the same point. In game, if I had this with black, I would not at all be convinced I'm saving the game, but I would feel great relief comparing this to what I assumed would have been my position by move 42.
Yeah.
h4 has been provoked by Wesley. Magnus went bishop e1. Now we go back, I guess. We don't really...
Which direction? Probably d4. Knight f4, I'm scared of bishop g3.
Do we have to worry about this?
Yeah. Possibly. Knight. Yeah, it's awkward having the h pawn still on the board because now knight c6, just f5, and White can ask some questions there, maybe.
Yeah, so if we want to get to the squares we like, maybe we should go knight c1 and put it on b3 that way.
Back to b3, yeah. Which is very clever. And if I play bishop c3, knight b3, bishop b4, or something along these lines.
But now h4 is not protected, so we can go knight d4. And if you do this, I always have knight f5.
Yeah.
And I'm altogether too comfortable.
It's immediately a draw, yeah. It just feels like as long as he shows some care. And, knight c1 is maybe not the first move that comes to mind, but he's got so much time here.
Yeah. But even the king moves apparently make a draw, because like if you start the races, all of the races work out. Like even this, I think the riskiest one always is to allow the king to run towards this pawn.
Yeah.
But even that, it just goes knight g1. And the point will be that if you go in that direction, I will just start locking it in.
Box you, yeah.
Yeah. And we are not supposed to lose this.
Yeah. Is knight c1 out of the 3 or 4 knight moves? Is that the only one? Can we think about knight f4, for example? Knight f4, bishop g3. I'm really reluctant, actually.
Yeah, might still be fine somehow, but why would we?
Entertain
this? It's unnecessary.
Knight d4.
I mean, knight g2 might still be a draw, honestly. Like for for all we know, because it's a kind of a weird mutual Zugzwang.
G5 maybe?
G5. Yeah, I'd won the G5. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely no point to do any of this.
Yeah, definitely not knight f4 then.
I
think he'll play knight c1. He's already been to b3 before. He knows that pattern is a draw.
And Prague kind of grew tired of contemplating positions without the pawn on f4, played bishop e8, Parham blitzes out e4, e3. This one is, I think, nearing its conclusion, because I think defending a rook down position is not mightily attractive. Like, you can choose whichever one, but they're all equally hopeless.
I do see on the evaluation bar here, I'm not sure whether it's correct. I don't see any moves, but it doesn't show it's completely winning for black. To me, it looks dead. It looks like White can resign, but is there any way to fight on at all? Like, wait, no. I was about to be excited with rook.
No, you win both of these.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it's only -3.5.
Only?
For now.
Well, okay.
But I mean, it's just because it hasn't reached proper depth. Like, you run out of squares. Like, eventually what happens really is that you get mated.
Yeah.
That basically the easiest way to win these types of positions is you just use the dark squares to continue sort of corralling the king, and eventually you don't try to win this pawn. Like, if White establishes some kind of bishop g4 f5 setup, it's not very easily breakable, but you can just play as if it doesn't exist and just go for mating attacks, and those mating attacks do actually get there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Peter, there's a cool variation maybe that might appear on the board. After king h7, rook g1 was my idea to defend e2, bishop b5, but then there's rook h2 check. And
yeah, might be the only thing that wins, yeah?
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, bishop c3. Bishop c3, you lose the f5 pawn.
Yeah. Rook
might
h2
might legitimately be the only thing that wins.
That's why I got excited for a second. Like, that's a pretty cool variation. Everything comes with check. We promote.
Yep.
Meanwhile, big news from the challengers: Queen c4, not rook c4. In that game,
I actually, I thought this. Now I realize what he wants. Yeah, because I kind of stopped here, but he has rook c1.
The king runs, right?
Yeah, but the king runs. It doesn't. Like, I don't see how you give mate to this king. It has way too many squares, and eventually White starts like re-establishing those mating threats on the other side.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, but from Ivic, surprising us at every turn again. But unfortunately here it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm struggling to even like name a threat that would be difficult to, like, you can play rook cg1, but like even rook d3 I think is completely winning, because the moment White gives one check, the game just ends on the spot. Yeah, and Prague did go for this because it gave him a shot if somehow Parham did not see the final blow. But now the game is, of course, completely over, so we only have the Magnus game to talk about.
Yeah, and that one is unlikely to go 7 hours at least. The Magnus game.
Yeah. So are we? I assume there's nothing better than that takes c4 here, right? There's no miraculous mating attacks elsewhere.
I don't see any.
No, I don't think so.
I see a queen that we can take. And
yeah, let's go through this again. The idea must be rook c1.
But even knight g3 here feels winning.
Yeah. Honestly, even knight g3 is probably completely winning, but I don't really want to give up material I don't have to give up.
Yeah.
So let's try this. Is there any way to, like, give perpetual garde to the king? Probably not. Yeah, unlikely.
Oh wait,
it gets closer than I thought, but
yeah, this knight b2 after queen b3.
You can also just dodge. Yeah.
Here the other rook hits.
Queen b3 rook d1. Yeah.
But I guess you go to
queen b3 knight b2. Yeah, queen b3 knight b2.
And you
probably better on a previous move, actually.
Yeah.
And then we come in with queen e6 and once again return to our preferred way of winning games by giving mate to the king.
Is there any just bishop takes e4? That's always meant by knight d6, right?
Well, not with the rook on d1, maybe. Do we do it here or do we do it here?
This is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e4. I still wonder about knight d6, to be honest, and then just queen e6 next move. Material balance isn't that bad for black, but it feels like you have to give up so much. I'm assuming white is threatening mate, actually, but maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. Again.
Oh, wait. Yeah, there's no mate.
And if you play GF, I will suddenly have meaningful checks.
Yeah.
Okay. So bishop e4 will at least force him to think.
Yeah. Our rook is attacked, our knight is attacked, so there's not that much. There's not too much to consider here.
Apparently, black is winning here unless you find king
unless
g4.
You find, yeah. I was going to say, actually, in that variation with knight d6, there might have been some rook checks and then bishop takes f3. Yeah, king g4.
This is a very good practical chance then.
Whoa.
King g4 is findable though, because you do want to sidestep all of those, and
yeah,
you want to give squares to that king.
Also, you get to the position after bishop e4, you realize you might be losing. That's item.
Yeah. Rook c2 is a move, but maybe just queen b3.
Queen b3, yeah. Bishop takes f3 now. We take with the queen now.
I think we take... Yeah. Oh, no, I blundered rook c3. Okay. Yeah. Now we take with the queen, of course. And this, I assume, or queen b7 will be winning enough.
And if we took with took on f3 the move before, now we take with the king.
I was planning to do this, but now you don't have rook c2, so... Here, black, I think, just completely runs out of threats.
Rook c3, king e.
I think I can even go
G4.
forward.
Yeah,
I think this is a very safe square. And just g3 if I have to. Like rook g1, g3, and we've completely safeguarded this against everything.
Yeah, it's entertaining, queen c4. I like it.
And by the way, apparently queen b1 is even stronger here.
Than taking the queen?
Yeah.
I really need to give up chess, Peter. How can this be stronger than a queen?
I guess we just get to the black king faster. Yeah. Because I think the point is the queen has to go somewhere along this file.
Then we take on c3. Maybe?
We take on c3, and whichever way you recapture, we'll just take on b7 and actually get to the king that way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the raid. Ellen, hello to all the Ellen Nielsen raiders, to whom we are, of course, contractually obliged to swear fealty ever since we lost to her in some kind of a streamer match years ago.
The excellencies they won.
Yeah, hope you had a nice stream. We are analyzing, because the Magnus position is just so completely and utterly nothing to talk about. We are looking at this absolutely mad position in the game between Thomas Bertsen and Velimir Ivic, in which apparently knight takes e4 wins, but you have to make only moves, and queen b1 once again supposedly wins quicker and more efficiently.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to resist the temptation.
We need to
touch
apparently takes, and rook c1. And now after bishop d4, I would very much like to play queen takes b7, but that probably doesn't work because bishop f2, queen h5. So after bishop d4, I have to do something else.
Bishop d4.
Maybe just knight takes d4.
Yeah, just take
Maybe we just have to be boring people, like knight d4, e4, knight b7, and like hate life because we're winning in this fashion instead of something glorious. But we are definitely winning.
Yeah, got to play for the fans. Yeah, queen b1. What are the odds that he finds it, Peter? He's been thinking for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one for sure.
Yeah, and actually, I think the Magnus game is closing in on that draw. All the pawns are just disappearing.
Black just needs to find a way to give up the knight for this pawn, which has to be findable.
Must be.
Yeah.
I guess you could also play knight d7, just defend.
Oh, yeah. I actually like this a lot. Yeah, just knight d7. Threaten king f5.
Yeah, king e4 repeats, and if you play fe, knight takes king f4.
King e4, does it repeat? Like, we can maybe play for a win for a bit. Oh, seriously though, where does the king go?
That's a good point.
Have we lost? Have we actually lost this?
Oh dear. Yeah, that would be embarrassing.
No, I guess maybe this still somehow holds, yeah. Because king f5 actually loses to bishop takes f6. And in this position, it is black to move and not white. So
yeah, I think there's a key detail here after king g4, king takes e4, king takes h4, king f3 is the way.
Yeah, just shouldering it away and then just promoting the f-pawn unopposed. Yeah. So I guess this maybe is still a draw, but obviously allowing something like this would be utterly mad.
Careless. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight d7 then forces
no, bishop d2. This is white actually is still completely fine, because if you go king f5, he will allow me to go there. But I think if he plays knight d7, it's very, very probable that the game just ends with like f5, knight e5, king e4,
king f4,
knight g6, yeah, or king f4, yeah, king f4, knight g6, king g5, knight h4, and then we get to the corner. And there's really not very much to play for.
And disappointment for Magnus. He's put some pressure on in that endgame, but in the end, Wesley holding strong. It's one of the shorter rounds of the day, assuming that this one does shorter rounds of the tournament. Sorry, Peter. If this one does fizzle out now,
very close to there was one 5-hour round earlier, but I think there was only one. I think round 1 was 5.5 hours, and I think the two of us have done one manageable round. I can't remember the number, but there was one that was okay.
I think one round out of the last 8 have been under 7 hours.
Yep. 97 played, and I very much expect the position we were just discussing with the king on g5 and the knight on h4 to be the final position of the game. Yeah, because Magnus is not somebody who will suddenly start thinking here. He's never really interested in wasting anybody's time, and he knows it's a draw once 97 is on the board. I mean, I assume f4, king f4 was still a draw somehow, but there's absolutely no reason for Wesley to test that hypothesis if you have other options. And there has to be a way to get to this, right? Like knight b6, actually just knight b7.
Bishop
b4, though, yeah.
Oh, but now you can block with king f6, but then king e4, yeah, it might get a bit tricky.
It gets a bit weird. You really don't need this. Yeah, fe5 played. Knight takes e5. I think he just does exactly what we've described.
Yeah, any moment now. And yeah, at the top of the table, that leaves everything unchanged. I guess that's a great round for Nodebek.
Exactly, yeah. And I was going to ask you, I hate this genre myself with a passion, but that's probably exactly the reason why I feel that I should be inflicting this on others. We've discussed the question of who is the favorite for the entire tournament, and of course the answer is whoever has the most points.
Yep.
But with 2 rounds to go, who are you taking to finish higher, Anish or Magnus?
Oh dear, Can I cheat and check their pairings? I know Magnus plays.
Yeah. Of course we should. Yeah, without the pairings, it's same logic still, of course, applies. Anish will have more points with 2 rounds to go, so Anish has to be favored. But still, let's take a look at who they're playing. Magnus plays Prague with white tomorrow, and black against Arjun in the last round. Anish has Jordan and Rapport, and looks like we finally, with the round almost ending, we might have the appearance of the person everybody wants to see.
Joyce wants to steal Wesley's thunder.
Yeah. He realizes this endgame is not very exciting, and also it's way past the normal time to go out, so
he'll have his walk soon.
Come, Dogon.
He's been a good boy today, Joyce, gotta say. Really patient. All these endgames have played out.
Yeah, it's weird that Magnus is actually thinking here, seemingly. What could he be thinking about?
I think it's Wesley who's...
No, 95 has been played. Yeah. No, king f4 is on the board, as expected. I was really kind of doubting everything I know about chess because the king wasn't on g5 yet, but...
He's checking that Wesley knows about wrong-colored rook spawns. Wesley's going to take on h4 now. And
come on, Boyo, look into the camera. Here.
We need one last high five of the day.
Yeah, there it was, but it's slightly below the camera. So yeah, I'm trying to get him, but the eyes are just completely invisible today somehow. You just can't make him show the eyes.
We just see the headband.
Yeah.
Just
yeah, and people are saying I cannot discern any part of the dog yet. Yeah, now you probably can see some things which aren't hair.
saw the mouth momentarily.
Yeah. Game is still being played out, and Wesley played king c4 for some. Like, why is the king on c4? I guess Magnus is planning to give up on a5. They are true artists. Yeah, Magnus is actually giving up on a5 there.
But now we can't even see king versus king after king takes.
Yeah, I think it gets played out until the a pawn and the bishop disappear. They are the true connoisseurs of not letting anything leave on the board.
They're two stubborn, the most stubborn players out there. Wow, still going. They must be paid by the move.
This is also the suggestion in chat. In the meantime, this absolutely mad position has appeared on the board in Bertz and Ivic. It feels a bit wrong to abandon our viewers without the conclusion of this, but needs must. And I do feel like his sudden appearance here is very much an indication that he feels the foundations of his world are being shaken because he hasn't been promised a walk yet, and it's past 9 p.m.
He needs his routine. And meanwhile, Peter, Joyce is going to get his way because the handshake has happened.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had no pieces left. If it didn't happen then, it wouldn't really happen at any point. And Satyr is showing us the standings after the round concludes. The standings are exactly the same. We have Satorov on 7.5, Anish on 7, and then Magnus and Wesley on 6.5. Magnus tomorrow has a very, very important game in the context of his tournament and everybody else's tournament as well, because he is white against Prague, who's been suffering mightily, you have to say, in the last few rounds. Prague, I think, scored half a point out of the last 4.
Yeah,
a very, very rough stretch for the young Indian. And black against Magnus is not what you want to have when you're in that kind of mood. But this tournament is exactly that. You never have any light pairings. You always continue playing monster after monster after monster. So that is very, very important. Nodibek himself plays black against Wesley. So we continue having very exciting pairings. Wesley white against Nodibek tomorrow. Anish black against Jordan. And Magnus white against Prague are the pairings at the top. Only 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, it's the final sprint of the marathon. But I'm expecting more of the same, Peter. It feels like today there were a lot of draws, only one decisive result, I think, in the Masters. But those players, especially the pairings you mentioned, some of them will have to take risks. Magnus is going to throw everything at the game tomorrow just to try and catch up. And I have a feeling Wesley against Nodibek as well. Wesley want to put some pressure on.
is a weird one, though, right? Because he doesn't seem to be particularly affected by the tournament situations. And sort of continues playing his normal game, which is extremely safe and extremely efficient if he's given a chance to push. But still, I expect him to play absolutely his most normal repertoire. I expect him to not try to shake anything up in the opening. And he still, I'm sure, is a better opening player than Nodibek. But Nodibek is improving very fast, has a solid repertoire in general. And if he holds tomorrow, his final game in round 13 is white against Jordan.
Okay.
So tomorrow assumes tremendous importance for Nodibek. If he doesn't lose to Wesley, he has, once again, with absolutely no disrespect to Jordan, about as soft a pairing for the last round as you get in this tournament. Still an unbelievably strong player, but you get white pieces against somebody who isn't doing very well, who is perhaps by this point not as emotionally invested in giving you a hard time, because Jordan has had a solid tournament, but he's not really setting the world on fire. But all in all, very, very exciting couple of rounds await us on the weekend. So stay tuned. Same time tomorrow, and I think they start 2 hours early on a Sunday, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. So, yeah, early start on the Sunday, but tomorrow it's business as usual, Peter.
And people are already discussing tie breaks in chat, but I think what we have to assume from the famous Geary Van Forest tiebreak of 2021, I want to say, is that they actually play it out.
Yeah.
So mathematical tiebreaks, which is what people are mentioning in chat, don't matter as much because there will be an actual playoff if somebody ties for first.
Yeah, and I think they've expanded it so it's not just a two-player playoff this year. It could be multiple players if there is a pile-up in first place. And I'm being told here that it is just after the game's finished. So it could be a long day on Sunday. But,
absolutely, yeah. But first there is tomorrow with very, very exciting pairings at the top. So do tune in. But we are done for today, despite this continuing to be a very, very exciting position. But sometimes you have to let things go. And just before we absolutely depart, can we just briefly bring the diagram up? For those who maybe weren't here when we were discussing this position earlier, if you want to continue watching without our commentary, just know that apparently the only good move here is to continue running the king forward. I think it's findable. I think Thomas Bertsen in general is a very sharp tactical player, and he might see it. But just to show you how fun all of this is and how much is still at stake here and what precision is required from the players. Anyway, see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.